Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today. I am Black business. From the
Hold on. Mark, it's always great. Sometimes we have technical difficulties. We've just been rocking and rolling. Was on the other side, and I was saying hold up because we were on the other side talking to the gentleman about the solar farm and talking about Bitcoin. One of the things that we want you to understand that the information that we're bringing you is information that's world-class information. The gentleman from Singapore said give him a shout out. Check out his company, check out his corporation, check out the great things that he's doing. Because here again, the Bitcoin is something that a lot of people are sleeping on. It is a whole new world. And as he said, people that are doing the mining part, and they're buying these computers, and these computers take and analyze difficult information to make Bitcoins. And then, people are making over 300% profit on mining Bitcoins. And I'm just talking in abstract. So you got to go in and check it out. Didn't get a chance to talk about the solar energy piece. These are stuff that's coming. And if you're not ready for what's coming, you'll be left behind. But my next guest, as we get prepared, will be none other than Mr. Hunter. But first of all, I'm gonna bring up Coco McMillan. Hello, Coco. How's it going?
How are you, Dr. Kelly? How are you?
Hey, how you doing? You did a great job on Sister Talk. And for those who don't know, I just kind of let you go into Sister Talk and talk to the sisters. And sometimes that's the best way to do it. That's the best way to do it.
I enjoyed it. And I just wanted to say to you, Dr. Kelly, the expo, the last 2 days has been amazing. You have had some outstanding speakers on the show. Just like the young man from Singapore. I mean, excellent, excellent. Sean Mason, Kimberly Winborn, just to name a few. Some great information that they have been giving us. And I'm hoping that everyone is taking this information and just using it to the best of their ability.
Wait, outstanding job. And what we're going to do right now is we're going to let you do your first guess. We want you to, the guy that's getting ready to come up is by the name of Keith Hunter. I know you got your paper.
Well, I really don't, because you said, but I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
Bring in Keith.
So this next guest that we have for you, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Keith Hunter with a presentation called Win the Day. He is an ex-NFL football player for the Cleveland Browns. Yeah, Cleveland. He is a CEO. He's an author. He's an instructor. He's a native of Newark, New Jersey. He has appeared on the TED Talk show out of Maplewood, New Jersey. Let's welcome Mr. Keith Hunter. Hi, Keith. How are you? I think you're on mute, so if we could just, there we go. There we go.
Sorry, Coco. Thank you very much for the introduction, and it's a pleasure to be on here today.
Awesome. So why don't you just start off first before you start with your presentation? I know it's called Win the Day. I'm so excited, and I can't wait to hear about it. For one, I spent a lot of time in Cleveland, Ohio for many years working for Gerald Levert, and also I lived in Irvington, New Jersey, which is close to Newark. So I'm super excited to hear your presentation. So before you get started, just introduce yourself and give people your website address and your email address so they can make sure they stay connected with you.
Yes, my name is Keith Hunter, and I'm the CEO of KGH Enterprises, LLC. And my website is kghenterprises.com. And also you could find me on LinkedIn. Or you can look on YouTube to find my TED Talk.
We're just going to pass it over to you and let you just take it away and just enjoy it. And I'll see you, like Dr. Kelly say, on the other side.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you to Dr. Kelly, who have become a friend of mine. And we, even though neither one of us had played football in 40 years, we still talk football. And so I'm Keith Hunter, and before I get started, I always like to start out with an affirmation. And so today affirmation is, what gets measured gets done. And what gets measured and fed back gets done well. And what gets rewarded gets repeated. And that's by John E. Jones. So, and also before I really get started, I would like to have the audience participate on what they've done to win the day. And then you can send those comments in and we can talk about them at the end. So how you won the day or how you thought you won the day, just send them in and we'll read them and go over them at the end. So I come from a family of 8 from Newark, New Jersey, and I was the number 7. I was the number 7th kid out of the 8, and my younger brother came later. And so at one point, I was the only one in school for a long time. You know, it was more important for the family to understand where their next meal was going to come from instead of worrying about going to school. So I was the only one who went to grammar school and went to high school and finished high school. And then I'm the only one that ever left home. But, before I went to high school, I didn't do all the things that I needed to do, or I didn't have all the help that I needed to do the things that I needed to do, as far as studying and then study habits. So, you know, if you don't have those things and you come from a large family and, you know, it's going to be a little tough for you. So, you know, as I go along and talk about my story, I'm sure you'll hear some things about how I won the day. And so, so I went to high school, and I went to Barringer High School, a high school that had a huge tradition football-wise. And then I came in as a freshman. I played on the varsity football team. And then my sophomore year, I ended up being the starting quarterback. And we played in the state championship and in front of 40,000 people in Giant Stadium. And so, but before that, I had to really get myself ready, because when you have a winning tradition and now you're going from a freshman to a sophomore, they put a lot of pressure on you. So you have to find a way to learn how to win the day. And so I was in high school in the hallway one day, and this teacher asked me, the white teacher asked me, what school are you going to? And I said, I'm going to the University of Iowa. And he said, great. And he walked away and went around the corner, and he assumed that I left from where I was standing at. And so what he said to another white teacher is, he said, I guarantee you that he'll be back here just like everybody else, talking about woulda, coulda, shoulda. And that was my motivation. So I'm proposing to everybody that's listening, that especially the young people, that you got to find your own motivation. So that's what stuck with me. And I used that motivation as a positive to get myself through college. Because the first thing I said to myself after I heard that, and I knew what school I was going to, is that one, I'm going to make sure I graduate. And two, you know, I'm going to make everybody around me proud. I'm not going to come back home without a degree, and I'm going to prove these people wrong. So I found my motivation to get me where I needed to be. And so I go to the University of Iowa, and I'm on probation, right? Because of the school system that I come from Newark, New Jersey. And so I get there, and you know, this is a school of 30,000 students, and you know, our high school was large, but not to that level. And so it took me a while to adapt. So when you go into a big time program, which is the Big Ten, a big time program like that, when I got there being on probation, that meant that they had no idea if I was going to be there a week, a month, a year, or 4 years. But I already been given my motivation right from that high school teacher. And so I knew that if they gave me an opportunity, that I was going to make the best of the opportunity. I'm not going anywhere. And so, so while I was there, you know, my first year, you know, I played a little bit. I actually made freshman All-American, but you know, it was tough for me school-wise, obviously. But after my freshman year, and I made it with a 2.0. I think that was the grade point average that you have to continue on your scholarship. So I didn't like the classes that the athletic department was giving athletes. And so I went to this old dean professor at the University of Iowa, and I went into his office, and I just thought he was going to tell me, look at the brochure, and then tell me, take this class, take this class, take this class. But what he did was he taught the top communication class at the University of Iowa. And what he did was he actually sat there from my freshman year and wrote down every class that I should take until I get to my senior year to his class. And it blew me away. And I thanked him for that. And I followed exactly what he gave me. So from my sophomore year, really, to my senior year. So, you know, when I was in the communication class, my first classes, I got D's, and then my next year I got C's and B's and then A's. When I got to his class, it was actually that easy for me. And you remember, I was the guy who came in on probation, but out of the 30 freshmen that came into my class, I was the first and only one to graduate. And I'll tell you why. And that's because not only did I follow his plan, but again, I remember what that teacher said to me. And every year, I know football, you know, most people that come and start at a Big Ten and play defensive back like I did, and I played from my sophomore to my senior year and made all Big Ten and things like that. And you believe that you're going to make the pros, but there's a big possibility that you won't. So I was concerned more about my education once I got into it and learned the ropes. And so what I did was I did internships every year while I was at the University of Iowa. And this is how I got out before anybody else, because I did the internships and they would give me 12 credits over the summer, plus I would get paid. So I had a plan, right, of how to win the day. I had a plan on how to do that. I can't even tell you how I figured that out, but I knew that, you know, I could get hurt in football. I can not play, you know, they could let me go, all those things. So I wasn't going nowhere without my degree. So I made sure I did those internships every year. And that was in the broadcasting business. So I was in radio, I was in television, I was in recording studios. And believe it or not, when I got to my senior year, I was academic. I made the all academic team, you know, so I was very proud of that. And then, you know, it's like following a plan. So I really enjoyed that while I was there. And then, you know, I graduated, and it's funny, we went to a bowl game. So I told the head football coach, because we left a couple of days ahead of time, I said, Coach, I came to the University of Iowa to graduate. So I know we're going to the bowl game. And he said, well, Keith, I don't know the rules. We'll check with the NCAA. And they did. And so the team went on to California, and I stayed back. I was the only person to stay there, because graduation was in 2 days. And I was going to make sure that I walk across that stage before anything happened. And then I did that, and then went on they flew me out by myself to California, and we played in the Freedom Bowl at the time. And so, and then before I went to the University of Iowa, they didn't have a winning season for 21 years before I got there. And they was recruiting big time on the East Coast. 5 guys from my high school went to the University of Iowa. And so, because I told you we had a really good program. And so I went to 4 bowl games in a row after them not having the winning season for 21 years. And one of the things that really, really motivated us was they used to call the Big Ten the Big Two and the Little Eight. And, you know, how embarrassing is that? And that was Michigan and Ohio State. So, you know, then I graduated and I got drafted by the USFL in the 6th round as a defensive back. And I elected not to go to the Oakland Invaders because the Cleveland Browns gave me an opportunity to come in as a free agent. And when you're a kid, that's what you dream about. You dream about the NFL and playing in the NFL. So I couldn't think of anything else, you know, but now that I think about it, I probably would have done the USL first and then went to the NFL, but that's okay. You know, they treated me well then. The Cleveland Browns treat me well now. So, you know, I could go there and I play in a lot of golf tournaments for them. So that was that. And then because I had my degree, right? Because I really won the day, right? Myself winning the day for me was obviously being on probation, finding out how to navigate my way around the university, doing all the internships that I did every year, and then graduating, with honors. And then after I left the University of Iowa, the head coach used to, when the freshmen came in, he used to tell the story about Keith Hunter every year, that this guy came here and we didn't know if he was going to be here a year or 2 years or 4 years. And every time you doubted him, he would prove you wrong. And so that was the motivation from him to the freshmen that came in. So that was a great opportunity. And so once I got out of football, I was with the Cleveland Browns for 2 years and got out of football and decided to be an entrepreneur, right? And so I got into coaching high school football, coaching college football, and then eventually being an entrepreneur to having my own business. And so I coached college football, and then I started in the golf industry. So now, they told you that I'm a golf pro. I'm a playing golf pro. I used to be a playing golf pro. I'm a teaching golf pro. I'm a college football coach, and I'm a speaker, and I'm a college football coach. So I'm doing those things and enjoying what I'm doing. But being an entrepreneur was very filling for me, doing my own thing. And I'll just give you an example. I was in the golf industry. I had my own golf clothing line, men and women clothing line, plus sizes I had. And I started very small. And then I grew probably in 3 years. And then I had the really big displays down at the PGA show. And so I enjoyed that. And I was teaching and I was playing at the same time. So I was really enjoying myself. But just for the young people, again, with the clothing line, just to help you out about if you want to get in the business and win the day, is everybody wants to be a designer, right? And if you really want to be in the clothing business, if you don't have the money to pay for your clothes to come from overseas and then go through the 4 seasons, which most people can't have or don't have. So what I did is, the way you get into business, do private labeling. So you can get into business tomorrow if you get into private labeling. So that means that for me, the bigger companies that bought all of this clothing and they didn't sell it all, everything was new, I would slap my labels and I would put a package together for myself. So for men, I would put a golf shirt with almost like a matching pants and hat and sweater and things like that together. So they would slap my label in their product and I would never have to touch the product again. And then they would ship the product to the customers. And I just love that. So, if you say that you want to be in the business, you can get in the business, right? You can't afford being your own designer. So, but if you really want to be in the business, go in and private label and then it'll happen for you. All right, cool. So let me just give you another affirmation before I move on to how to win the day. Okay, so success is optional. Failure is optional. Winning is optional. Losing is optional. Pain is optional. Healing is optional. Having options is optional. And exploring your options is optional. and that's by Derek Furlow Jr. Now, if I was to add on to that, I would add learning to win the day is essential. All right, so now let's think about that. How to win the day. What is the opposite of how to win the day? It's chasing the day. So a lot of people end up chasing the day, because you wrote down your goals doesn't mean that you're going to get to them. And then so at the end of the day, how do you gauge if you really won the day or not? Right? So I believe that, we know that people make New Year's resolutions every year. And if you check back with them in 3 months, even they forgot what their goal was. So, you got to have, to be able to win the day is a morning ritual. So for some people, that ritual is praying or meditation or listening to music or going to the gym. So that could be your morning ritual, right? So you can set the goals. Now you can set your goals at night before you go to bed, or you can set them in the morning or whenever you need to. I set my goals in the morning. I have already conquered in my mind what my goal is or what I'm going to do, what I'm going to accomplish throughout the day. And then I'm not going to let anyone destroy that for me at all. So first you have to play it out in your mind. You got to know exactly what you want to do. And then there's our key ingredients in overcoming anything or everything through a learned technique for the process of elimination. So all those other things, or the things that can happen bad for me, my process of elimination have gotten rid of them already, even though they still occur for me, right? So for you, it could be you doing A, B, C, and D, and then you have that planned out, and then some family member call you and tell you something bad, something happened, and then that throw you off of your priorities. And so you got to determine at that moment, is this something that I could deal with in the morning or later on, before you allow something to destroy your goals. Now, there's a lot of people that can't prioritize their day like that, right? They just winging it. And so if that's the case, and you know that's yourself, then you got to get somebody to help you. And that's okay, right? You got to get someone to help you, right? To help you navigate your day and stay on track. And it might be as small as muting your phone for a number of hours so you can do the things that you need to do. It might be that easy. Because it only takes a certain mindset. And you heard that a lot today, right? About mindset and being creative and things like that. So for businesses, just to let you know, right? They don't use win the day. What they use is PDCA, right? Which is, plan, do, check, act. PDCA, plan, do, check, act. So when you're winning the day, you're actually doing the same thing. We just don't call it that. I call it winning the day. So some companies use that format. Other companies use SWOT, SWOT. Strength, weaknesses, options, and threats. It's the same thing as winning the day, right? Strength, weaknesses, options, and threats. It's the same thing as plan, do, check, act. So let me just give you an example from a football standpoint, right? So I'm a coach, and now I'm a coach of a professional football team, or semi-football team, if you want a professional, semi-professional football team. So now one of the things that I would do with my team, right? So everybody says, hey, you got to play for 60 minutes, right? So to get the players to understand how to win the day in that circumstance, what I tell them to do is don't worry about the 60 minutes. The only thing you're going to worry about, because every play in football only takes 4.6 seconds. 4.6 seconds. So you're going to only explode for 4.6 seconds. Now I took the 60 minutes away from them. And now all you have to worry about is every time that you line up for 4.6 seconds, you're going to explode. Now, isn't that how you win the day? That's how you win the day. So instead of worrying about the big picture, you're only going to worry about this little picture that belongs to you only. Okay, so let me sort of give you the formula of how to win the day, right? It means that it's a system. It's strategies, structure. It takes self-discipline, time management, and strategies and results, and then tracking your results daily. You got to become a master at those things. And so how we do, so how do you start your day? Very important, right? Do you get distracted in any type of way? You got to know that about yourself. Set up your morning routine, right? You know, if you work out first and then you set your routine on your day or whatever it is that you got to do. And then you got to journal your goals. You got to stay in the present. Stay in the present, right? And focus on your mindset, on a mindset. Transform your daily energy. You got to know how to transfer your energy, right? Don't let people mess with your energy. Choose to transform your step-by-step patterns, right? You got to know your step-by-step pattern. You got to be that detailed. Then you got to have positive momentum, right? So, I don't care who give me something negative. I'm not dealing with it until I choose to deal with it. When I'm locked in on the things that I need to be locked in on, that's the only thing that I know that's going to happen. And then you got to increase your mood and productivity. I mean, productivity of getting things done. Now, a lot of these things sound the same. I get it. But whatever one works for you, that's what works for you. And then if you use these principles, then you have won the day. And so, those things are very, very important. So, I'm always trying to win the day. Hey, I'm in Dallas right now, and just like you heard Fran yesterday talking about where she's at in Texas and all the things that had happened throughout the week with the weather being minus 16. They're not used to that in Dallas, right? So whenever you're trying to win the day, there's always something that's going to disrupt that, and you're just continuing trying to find to win the day. And you got to learn to navigate around that. And all those small things, like a friend, I called him, he had no electricity, right? And his house, he was cold. And so he says, man, he was joking with me, and he go, man, I'm gonna have to learn to win the day on and how to navigate this situation. For instance, we all got to go to the bathroom. So he went to the bathroom anyway, not having water and electricity. And then, so how I'm gonna get rid of that? What came to his mind is, I'm going to the swimming pool and I'm gonna scoop up some water, and then I'm gonna pour it down the toilet drain. And that's him, if you want to say, winning the day and making things happen for himself. But as things happen, if you first start off by understanding how to win the day and you have the right mindset, then you don't really have to worry about that, because all the things that you need to know and the characteristics that you need to overcome things, you already have that built in you. I remember the last time talking that I spoke a couple months ago on the Black Business Expo, and I was talking about letting the younger people know that you're familiar with 5G, right? And 5G is the fastest thing known to man, right? It operates at a blink of an eye. But if you understand that the Creator have already put 6G in you, if you already understand that 6G is already, so you are faster than 5G. Your mindset is bigger than 5G. You can overcome anything. The Creator have already given you that. And so if you understand that about yourself, from this day forward, your whole approach would be different, because the Creator has already given you 6G. And I can't think of anything that's bigger or faster than that. And so if you understand yourself and you understand the priorities and you understand that everything that comes with that, then it's easy for you to navigate that. So once you truly believe, in yourself, you'll be better at those things. And you'll know that you can overcome anything, and there's no doubt about you winning the day. Like I said, there are life improvement techniques that can help you along and with that action. So I love it, and we have it. We have it all. Here's a win the day moment that me and Dr. Kelly always talk about. And for the people that don't know, Dr. Kelly was a wide receiver. And one of the things that he always state and always say is that, baby, I'm always open. I'm always open. And you got to understand that concept. And I get it, and that just means that, hey, he's going to tell the quarterback, just throw it in the area and I'm going to go get it. And I don't think you can win the day any better than that. And so, but that, power and that energy and letting somebody know that, hey, just throw it there. I'll get it. I'll get there. Obviously, you got to be quick enough to do that. You got to be fast enough to do that. But when you have that type of confidence in yourself, then you can make it happen. So it's no different whether it's football, whether it's business, or whether it's personal. just like myself, I've interviewed for a number of head coaching jobs for college football. And if you're trying to build a championship culture, right? So I'm really just dealing with the team, but there's not only just the team and the coaching staff. There's a faculty, there's a athletic faculty, and there's a student body. So you can't just get your team to believe in the championship culture. You got to get the whole campus to believe in your championship culture. So to be able to do that, right, that's winning the day for me, is now I got to get them when I'm not with them that much to believe in my system. First, they got to know what it is. I got to lay it out for them. I got them, the faculty believe in it, and the student body. And then all I'm trying to do is to have one vision and to move together. And if I can do that, man, you can do anything. And I believe that's why teams like Clemson and Alabama are winning and doing the things that they doing, because they understand two things. One is they understand, they understand three things. And one is they understand the power of being a part of a championship culture. And then they believe that there's a thing that's called accountability through shared adversity. So they understand that. And my third one was, for some reason it slipped my mind, but so those are things that it takes to be moving with one vision. They understand that if they're able to do those things, then won't nobody beat them. But again, college football is a business. So whether you're talking about business, whether you're talking personal, or whether you're talking about a football team or a basketball team, it's the same to me, right? So me trying to get the team to see my vision and play it out, right? So where we at, Dr. Kelly? So, and then we have those questions coming through. I asked the audience to please give me some comments on how to win the day. And so let me take some questions. Hello? Okay. Do we have any questions? Any questions about how to win the day? Any questions about plan, do, check, act? About SWOT, strength, weaknesses, options, threats. So just waiting for some questions, some comments. Hello? Oh. Oh, there's something else. Okay. Doctor? Right. Just waiting for some questions, and then I can answer the questions for you. Well, so So while I'm waiting for the questions, I could tell you a little bit more about KGH, and I have KGH as an umbrella just for the young people. You could have a number of businesses under one business. So I call that an umbrella. So being an author and being a speaker, and it's all me, but it's also separate. Someone asked me what's my information to be connected. My website is kghenterprises.com, or you can look up KGH Enterprises LLC on LinkedIn or Facebook or Instagram. The phone number, you can find the phone number and my email address and all of that on there as well. And you'll find my book on there as well that's coming out soon. So let me just share this with you because it's interesting to me. I'm also working on a television show, and just for the young people, just to let y'all know, sometimes people talk themselves out of things. So if I gave a pitch deck to the producer or an investor and they were sold on that, listen, I don't need to talk about anything else. A lot of people will go and talk themselves out of that. Or if they asking questions after that, I'll go ahead and give them a sizzle reel, which is 2 to 3 minutes that will explain exactly what it is. So that's it, man.
Hey, how's it going, man?
All right, doctor.
You were going into the whole sizzle reel and how people talk themselves out of things. And, I really enjoyed that football analysis because you've been a cornerback. And I'm a wide receiver. It's always good when I see a good cornerback because, as I always say, I'm always open. So we want to thank you for being on this afternoon.
Yes.
You did good last year, and this year you were more incredible and more insightful. And so what we're going to do now, we're going to move on to our next guest. I'm going to bring up Coco McMillan, and I want to tell you, thank you so very much, man.
Thank you. Thank you very much, doctor. Oh, Coco.
Yes.
He got excited to see you. He said,
Did he leave?
Yeah, he's good. We're good. We got to move on, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So now we're down to our next guest. And Coco, who do we have coming up next?
We have Miss Demetrius Cheatham. She is the senior director of diversity, inclusion, and belonging strategy. She's implementing diversity inclusion to over 15,000 employees across the world. She was recognized as the National Business Journal Influencer, and she received the 2019 Triangle Business Journal's 40 Under 40 Leadership Award. She was also recently named to the Power 100 list for Black lawyers in America. Introducing to everyone, Ms. Demetrius Cheatham.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Hey.
I am so delighted to be here. And Dr. Kelly and Coco, I really appreciate the invitation, and Maxine Phillips as well. One of the things that I have learned is that when you're given a platform, that you have to bring others along with you. And so I'm delighted today that if we can bring up Chastity Cook and Sarah Oyutubo, who will be joining me for this conversation. So I know they're waiting, so if we can get them on the screen as well. There's Sarah and now Chastity.
Well, ladies, before you get started, y'all look like you're getting ready to go back into another sister talk. It's gonna be kind of rough on them. It's getting kind of rough on them, brother.
That's all right.
So my phone is gonna be always ringing. I want to say to you, ladies, I did your flyers, and y'all was so beautiful. It was hurting the brother's eyes. I couldn't concentrate. But I think it's always great when we see young ladies who are doing brilliant things. Coco is working on her moderating, and so I wanted her to come on and introduce you. You know, I've been doing television and radio for over 40 years, and I always want to help people do better. And when I was reading your information about you ladies, I realized how brilliant you are. And I just want to say to you, I know you're going to do an awesome job, but more importantly, I want to say to you, thank you so very much for coming on this global platform. This is the only platform that Black businesses get a chance to say what they want to say. There's no one that's going to be looking on your shoulder. There's no one that's going to be monitoring you, other than me, of course, that's going to say anything to you. Now, I will say something if your stuff is jacked up, but other than that, you are able to talk freely, and more importantly, you can say what you want to say. And our audience is to 200 countries, and we're just so proud to have y'all on board. Coco, go ahead and introduce those ladies, and I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to enjoy it like everybody else is. And thank you for coming on, okay, ladies?
Thank you, Dr.
Yes,
Kelly.
thank you.
Thank you. Coco, you might be on mute.
I'm just talking away. But actually, what I would love for you to do, if you can introduce your ladies to us, your panelists, that would be great. And like Dr. Kelly said, we will see you on the other side. I know it's going to be some great informative information, and I'm just so excited to hear and can't wait to start taking my notes. Thank you so much, Demetria.
Thank you.
Awesome. I don't even think I would do it justice. So, Sarah, I'm going to have you introduce yourself, and then Chastity, you introduce yourself, and then we're going to have us a good conversation here.
Thank you. I just want to thank everyone. It is such an honor and a privilege to be here with you today. And I have to use this moment to really thank Demetrius. She is a mentor, she is a coach, she is a rock star, and truly someone that I aim to resemble as I grow on my journey. Thank you, Coco. Thank you, everyone, for allowing us to have this platform. It's very rare that we have this. So I had to start with gratitude before I started talking about myself. So thank you, everyone. My name is Sarah Oyutubo. It is an honor to be with you. Since we're talking about Black businesses, I had to rep where I'm from. So I'm a first-generation American representing Jamaica and Nigeria. My mom is from Jamaica. My dad is from Nigeria. So representing a wealth of different diasporic journeys that have led me to this opportunity to be here with you today. I am the Senior Program Manager of Diversity and Inclusion at GitHub. So I work very closely with Demetrius, and I'm really excited to share a little bit about what I think about DI&B with you. So thank you. Chastity, it's all you, girl.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for having us here today. This is such an honor. Like Sarah, I like to start out with gratitude. Thank you so much, Demetrius, for extending this opportunity. That's how we learn and grow, and it's so important in our community to have these opportunities. So thank you so much. I'm super happy to be here. My name is Chastity Cook. I am the global leader of diversity and inclusion at Red Hat for Products and Technology, working with strategy and operations there. A little bit about me. I grew up in a military family, and so didn't move to the United States until I was almost an adult. And so my family and I lived all over the world. And I think my personal experiences as a Black woman, but also living abroad, really helped to kickstart my career in diversity and inclusion. And I'm happy to be able to share that with you all today.
Awesome. And you two know how much I adore you, and I'm so proud of you and all those good things. So this is like a dream come true to even be able to have this conversation with you all. But let's get into it. And so just to let the audience know, when Maxine Phillips extended me this invitation, she said, Demetrius, we want for you to come in and talk about diversity and inclusion. And what I realized is that there's no shortage. If you Google or look anywhere and look up diversity and inclusion, you see tons of articles. That's all everybody's talking about now. And I said, I don't know what new perspective today that I could bring, but I do know that there's another generation that's right behind me that's really just, extending the conversation in a different way. And that's why I wanted to extend it to you ladies. So that could be what you brought to this group here. So without further ado, I want to just go ahead and get started. So the first question is, diversity and inclusion is a very still US-centric conversation. As Dr. Kelly said, there's over 200 countries that are represented here today. And so as diversity and inclusion is starting to gain a lot more momentum globally, I just want to know your thoughts about that. So Chastity?
Yeah. So I'm really excited that what feels US centric is global. And what it reminds me of is the civil rights movement that was primarily here. And it's largely believed to have just been from 1954 to 1968, and just all of that very vocal and visible resistance to what was going on. But actually, decades before, there were people who were resisting and who really paved the ground for us to be able to have these conversations that we're having today, but really what culminated into the civil rights movement. So the waves that we're seeing globally remind me so much of that. And I'm really excited about that culmination that was similar to the civil rights movement, but really excited to see what that looks like today. What do you think, Sarah?
So I love that you grounded this in history, Chastity. I think it's really important, because as we're thinking about the future, there's so much that we can learn from our past. And Demetrius, this is such a great question. It's a challenge that a lot of us are trying to explore right now. And the number one thing that keeps coming to my mind is that recognizing the privilege that we even have with having this conversation so based in the US, and really challenging ourselves to be more curious about the perspectives of identity and how that is read in different countries. I think one of the things that grounds a lot of the work is, again, I opened up with expressing the fact that I'm first generation here in the US. And so when I talk about my father's experience of coming to the US as a Nigerian immigrant, or my mother's experience of coming to the US as a Jamaican immigrant, I think a lot about the different challenges, the barriers to access, to opportunity that are rooted in their countries that are different from here in the US. So expanding it to just think about, what does it mean when we think about the US and the resources that we have versus other countries, and how we can remove some of those barriers to make it more accessible.
Yeah. And so I want to talk a little bit more, and I'm glad Dr. Kelly said that we can have a very frank conversation, right? You all know we've been in this work, say, from 5 years on up to 15, 20 years when you're talking about me. And I remember not even 2 years ago, like it was a struggle to find a diversity and inclusion job, right? But now they're like if you go on LinkedIn or put it anywhere, and I'm sure you don't have to say this by any acknowledgement, recruiters are calling us like crazy. How are you all feeling about the fact that companies now are all of a sudden just everybody wants to hire a diversity and inclusion leader?
Ooh, Chastity, I'm gonna let you kick off.
I'm conflicted. So I obviously think that it's great. Companies should be having these conversations, and they should be opening the doors to have experts lead them through these conversations. At the same time, though, right after George Floyd was murdered, we saw lots of companies putting up their black box on Instagram or Twitter. And then when we go back months later and see how they've changed, or how they've kind of stuck with the commitments that they've made, very few actually have. And so we get into the space where, do I have this job because I'm a token? Or do I have this job because my organization actually cares and wants to make a change? And if so, are they willing to do what it requires? Because it's a culture reset, and that's painful, and that takes a long time. And I don't know, I'm conflicted.
I am also conflicted for a couple different reasons. One of the things that I have been reflecting on are a lot of the folk that are being hired to be chief diversity officers are being removed from the pipeline to being actual CEOs of these organizations. Are we starting to maybe bucket this amazing talent and this wealth of knowledge in a role that's not allowing them to have the greatest impact? And this is not to discourage anybody from going and pursuing a career in this field. It's absolutely necessary, but I just worry about that, the tokenization that is happening with the people that we're selecting for this. And another thing that I think about a lot too is the story of Icarus, flying too close to the sun. The further up we go, are we losing the focus of what grounded this work. It is social justice work, whether we want to recognize that or not. And yet in this role as practitioners, we're balancing the needs of the organization versus the needs of the people. And so I've been hearing folk talk about re-envisioning diversity and inclusion around being about heart work, right? Putting people first and letting profit follow second. I think that is something that's a little bit new to the way that we've approached this work, because all of this has been so tied to the bottom line, but people lead before profit. And so I think it's about companies, again, just really being very clear about what their goal is and making sure that we're getting the right people in all the positions in the organization, not just in diversity positions as well.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about this a little later about how you all take care of yourself in this work. But I remember one time when I was first getting into diversity and inclusion, and I asked someone who's I consider a mentor, somebody I looked up to. I said, "What do you think about me taking a diversity and inclusion role?" And her response is, "Oftentimes that I see people put Black women in these roles, companies do, and usually the Black women aren't that smart."
Yeah,
and I was floored by that. Like, I had to go and do some serious gut checking after that. So what you all are saying is really hitting home for me, but we're going to come back to that conversation. Chastity, you said something a few minutes ago about workplace culture. Mm-hmm. And so you hear a lot of companies that are focused on culture, and then diversity and inclusion came along, but it's almost like they're treating it as two different things. So I wanted to hear from you all about what you're thinking around this conversation around workplace culture.
I don't always want to kick it off, but Sarah, toss it over to you.
Oh man, okay, so good. So one of the things that I have been really challenging is this idea of culture fit versus culture add. I think a lot of time when we're talking, well, let me backtrack and say, there's a couple of different things. I think when we describe what we want our culture to be, we might not actually be putting the practices in place that are going to hold each of us accountable to make sure that we are creating that culture and doing check-ins to make sure that we're fostering that. I also think that as we're looking at talent, one of the issues that I am concerned about is this idea of a culture fit. Which every organization has a culture versus a culture add. And I think that more organizations need to look for culture add. We want to bring in people that are going to disrupt. We want to bring in people that are going to innovate. We want to bring people that have values that are really aligned with where we want to move to, the culture that we want to achieve. Versus a culture where we're at. So I'm hoping to see more fluidity, more honest conversations about matching some of those beautiful statements that we're putting on our website with the people that we're bringing into our organization and the way that we are truly activating that. All right, Chastity, I'm bringing it back to you, girl, because I'm really curious about your answer. I'm here to
learn. Sure. So I'm totally in agreement with the culture fit versus culture add. And what's interesting about it is, at least in tech, there's this sense of openness and collaboration and inclusivity with the cultures. But when you look at how they operate, sometimes it's more in line with culture fit and not add. And what's ironic is that in the tech space, we really value innovation, but we're not that great at diversity. And we know the research shows that diversity yields innovation. And so we've got to make some changes where we're not looking at the culture fit. First, we know what that means. Those are white men. Yeah. But how can we include everyone else so that we can be adding and innovating and then constantly iterating and improving? So yeah, in total agreement with you there.
Yeah. And I think, I was talking with someone earlier today, as a matter of fact, and I was just saying how our parents worked and did things and put up with things so that we wouldn't have to, right? Mm-hmm. And so now we're working and still dealing with things so that hopefully our kids and grandchildren won't have to. But I want to hear from you all, right? Because, I always say you all are the next generation, but now there's another generation after you all that are coming in and they're entering the workforce. What are you anticipating from this new generation? How are you feeling about them when you're talking about Gen Zers that are graduating right
now?
Okay.
I'm really excited. Something that I do every single day is I watch TikTok for at least 30 minutes, It's how I unwind every night. It's so entertaining. And then I'll send videos that I love to my family and my parents, and they're always a bit confused about how to watch it. But what I noticed from TikTok is that this next generation, they're unapologetic. They are themselves. It's so freeing to watch them in what we tolerated, what as a millennial, what I've tolerated. They're not having it at all. And it kind of gives me confidence to say, hey, let's redefine what professionalism once looked like. If I come to a job interview with a t-shirt on versus the collar shirt and a blazer, am I any less capable of doing the job? Generation Z has taught us absolutely not. In fact, I might perform better if I get to bring my whole self to work, if I'm comfortable in what I'm wearing or the way that I look or how I wear my hair. So I'm really excited about them. I think they've got some things in the works that are really going to make this space a lot better and truly more inclusive.
I am with you 100%. I promise this is not a pub for TikTok. But I also have spent so much time on there as well for so many different reasons. One, it's really interesting. So as we're speaking about generations, I'm a millennial, and it has been really fascinating to be on the other side now. So instead of being a part of the group that's influencing the culture, I am now finding my own host of Gen Zers to be my mentors, my mentors, and really challenge a lot of the beliefs that I've had. To what Chastity was saying about that whole unapologetic approach to this work, I think that is so true, but I don't think it's completely unique to Gen Z. I think that this has been definitely established by the generations before us, and we're just building off of that. And so I just get really excited about Gen Z for teaching us new ways on how to be unapologetic in this work. And one of the things that one of my mentors, Jackie Glenn, used to say all the time is that you lift as you climb. And what I see Gen Z doing, I think they get called out a lot for call out culture, which I know, guys, we have a lot of different feelings about call out culture, so just stay with me for a second. But what I do feel that call out culture is doing, that Gen Z is pushing forward, is bringing accountability back into this work. I do think that there are opportunities for us to call people into this conversation. We're all on a journey. We're all challenging our bias. We're all learning and growing and expanding. But one of the things that the generations before us have taught us is about accountability. And it's expressed itself in many different ways. And I think that Gen Z is just bringing back to the forefront, calling out behaviors that are preventing us from reaching this goal that we have, which is really championing a spirit of inclusion in all assets.
Yeah. I think from each generation, we're just seeing so much change, right? From one to the next. Like I can say that with millennials, so I'm about 6 months removed from being a millennial, right? So some days I claim millennial, some days I claim Gen X. It just depends on who I'm talking to. But one of the things about us that were in Gen X, we were taught to work hard, put our heads down, put in your due, wait your turn, you're gonna get your rewards and all those things. And that's what we were doing. And all of a sudden, you millennials came and was like, you keep waiting if you want to. I am going to go around you if you don't get it. And so we had to start pushing ourselves, those that are on the tail end of Gen X, to do something a little bit differently. But you all are talking about something that I'm seeing a lot, right? Like if you look back in the 1980s, right? I don't even know if I was born then, but okay, fine. Like you know our history, folks. So 1980s, looking at diversity, right? A lot of the times it was just meant around race, right? And typically African American and Black people. But then the word diversity started expanding. And so you started seeing women. Then you started seeing those with, disabilities. Then you started seeing LGBTQ. Then it's military veterans. And then it's, neurodiversity. And the word just keeps expanding more and more and more. And then you start looking at things around racial comments are now called microaggressions. So it's like the language of diversity and inclusion just keeps changing and expanding to the point that I think I even told y'all the other day. I was like, we expand the definition anymore. I think there's going to be like one person on earth that is not considered diverse. So I want to hear what your thoughts are about that.
Okay. Chastity. I'm putting you on the spot.
No worries. So I first want to say, Demetrius, I would like to present you with your honorary millennial degree. I'm stuck on microaggression because, frankly, I feel like macroaggressions are things. Everyone says, like, you say something tiny and you don't realize, but sometimes things are just flat out offensive. And so I think that the other side also happens. And I think from someone that experiences it, it can start to feel that way as, little microaggressions start to chip away. But Sarah, I was hoping you would take this one because I wanted to think more about that. But
you can tap me at any time.
Oh, yes, tap, and then I'll reply. I'm thinking.
No, that's, and same. And it's such a good question. It's such a layered and loaded question. So one of the things, just building off of what you said, Chastity and Demetrius, with you calling out microaggressions, I am excited to see a shift with us actually beginning to call things by their names. So I feel like we have tried to make very difficult conversations and very visceral experiences more comfortable and palatable when we actually really need to call things as they are. It's racism, it's ableism, it's sexism, it's homophobia. And these things are impactful and they're visceral and they impact generations and individuals. And so I think that is something that we have to be conscious of. I think that as us as D&I leaders, we have to go back to that and holding space for people as they unpack the emotions that these very difficult words bring to the forefront of their minds too. I also think that you're talking about the way that the language around diversity is expanding on a more positive note. I think that that is something that's really exciting. Giving credit to Kimberly Crenshaw with bringing intersectionality as a word that we can use freely. And I think that that is allowing us to understand and to hold space and to honor the fact that we are multidimensional beings. We bring so many different facets of ourselves into this space. And the great thing about that is that it allows us to be able to lead with more empathy when we're able to find some of the commonalities that we share in our experiences. I think it allows us to be able to lean in and think about when we are on sides of privilege and when we are marginalized and how we can use both of those opportunities as a way to push forward and figure out the ways that we can challenge the ways that we are leaving people out and bringing them in and just really fostering inclusion and challenging those racism and ableism and all those different things that we might be contributing to unconsciously. So, yeah. Chastity, thoughts? I kind of stumbled through that. We're having an honest conversation, guys. So.
That was beautifully said. So a couple things came to mind. First, with language, I totally agree that it's absolutely important to call a thing. And historically, when you look at it, there were attempts to remove the word racism, or let's not say diverse or minority. And what it did is it undermined the experiences that were relevant and should be heard and should have a space. And so absolutely important that if this is racist or sexist or ableist, that we call that out. I was listening to a TED Talk the other day by Dr. Derek Gay, and he was saying he would like us to stop using the word diversity. And so I'm always a little nervous when someone says, oh, there's this new term in diversity and inclusion, or we should stop using this word, because it's like, we've got a lot of work to do. If we could just stop defining and redefining some of these words and actually do the work, we might make some progress. But what he was saying is that diversity means difference, but we treat diversity as if it means different. And so once we start to look at it from the perspective of difference, we'll see that it's a space where everybody can be included. But when we look at it from different, well, then it starts to make people feel uncomfortable, or how will my life change if I'm open to this? And so language absolutely matters.
Yeah. So it used to be, and you all are familiar with this, quite frankly, before the unfortunate murder of Mr. George Floyd, It used to be when we was doing this work, folks would be like, well, what's the business case for diversity and inclusion? What's the ROI? Like, tell me why this is going to make a difference for my company. What do you, like I said, that has calmed down a lot as of late. I don't think it's gone anywhere. It's just tempered a little bit. So what do you all say when you're trying to do your work for a company and they say, hey, tell me the business case. Why should I be concerned about this?
I'm tapping you and Chastity.
This always bugs me a little bit when I get this question, because in my mind, just being honest, at the core, I'm like, just be a decent human being. That's the business case. You should want to do that every day you wake up. But the reality is that that's not everyone's experience, and being open to diverse perspectives is not their norm. And so for us, fortunately, it's job security. But the other side of that is that it's kind of sad. So the business case, to have to tie that to the bottom line and say, hey, more diverse perspectives means innovation, which increases your bottom line by at least 30%, versus companies who don't have formal D&I programs and don't incorporate it. They do far worse. And so kind of bugs me, because as you mentioned earlier, Sarah, a lot of this is heart work. So to have to tie it back to the numbers and to show the profitability of it hurts a little and bugs me, but that's the reality of this work. And as you pointed out, Demetrius, it's not happening as much as it used to, but it definitely still happens.
And to your point, Chastity, I think that takes away from the inclusion piece. So I think that we lose out on the benefit of diversity when we are just focused on looking at human beings from a consumeristic, capitalistic perspective. I think one of the things that I've been so excited about with moving into tech, and especially being in open source, is that a lot of the principles of open source organically represent what diversity and inclusion should be. It's about, accessibility. It's about community production. It's about co-creating. It's about thinking, challenging the ways that we've approached this, and leading with innovation and curiosity and empathy for the problems that we're solving, for the people that we're working for the solutions that we're trying to drive forward. And so one of the things that hurts me so much is feeling like I have to communicate a business case that is, again, tied to the bottom line, when we know that we just want to create cultures and ecosystems where people can do the best work of their lives. And that is going to organically make sure that you are touching the bottom line. When we're designing and co-creating something that is going to touch everyone, that the numbers will follow. And so I think that goes back to the heart work. If we start focusing on the heart being our customers, like loving our customers, loving our people, loving ourselves. Fortunately, a lot of studies show that helps us to be more profitable, but it can be a little difficult and a little discouraging when you kind of have to keep leading with the business case that's focused on the bottom line and not the heart and the people first.
Yeah. And I want to switch now for our remaining few minutes to talk about you all, both of you. And, both of you have talked over and over again throughout this whole conversation that this is hard work, right? Like heart. And when you're doing hard work and you're focused on empathy and making sure that you hold space for everyone, that's hard work.
Yeah.
Sarah and I did a conversation. It was a fireside chat the other day. And it was titled "The 3 Mistakes I've Made in Diversity and Inclusion and Belonging." It was me talking about my mistakes. And one of the mistakes that I said was, I assumed that going to lead diversity and inclusion in a tech company was going to be a piece of cake. It was going to be easy, because I've done it in nonprofit space. I've done it in government. And I was like, oh yeah, tech is easy. They're so forward thinking or whatever. This has been hard work. And Chastity, I used to work with you at Red Hat and with you at GitHub. And y'all know that this has been some hard work. And you have to take care of yourself, because while we're taking care of others, we're usually in the impact personally, our families and our communities. So I want to know from you all, how do you take care of yourself while you're leading this work from a professional perspective?
Yeah. I do a number of things. So the first is that, and these are practical. I hope that it's okay to share a little bit of practicality here. But when I first started at Red Hat, I had meetings probably from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. And when I did start at Red Hat, I was working with our employee resource groups. And that is hard work because they come to you with what they're experiencing, their troubles, their joys. And I honestly started to take that on. And I had to start to separate myself and just kind of say, hey, when you're in this space, your work, Chastity, definitely take into account what they're saying and then translate their feelings and experiences to leadership to try to create some strategies or frameworks to make Red Hat a better place. But I had to take control of my calendar first. The other thing that I did, and I'm saying this and sharing it because it needs to be normalized, is that I had to talk to someone. Let's normalize having conversations or going to therapy and just say, I'm doing this and it's draining. Also, what's happening externally with Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, knowing all of that, being who I am, I bring that to work. So there's that as well. The chat, that distracted me.
I think we have a proposal here.
No, I appreciate that. Then something that a therapist once said was she challenged me to take 48 hours every month to myself. And that was hard. So I said, okay, I'll start with 24. And I've not gotten to 24 yet. But that's something else that I do. And I have a 7, he's 6, he's almost 7. I have a 6, almost 7-year-old little boy. And just thinking about how me working from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. impacted him and how I didn't get to see him. And he's my greatest joy was like, come on, you're not being your best self, even at work. If you're not taking care of yourself, if you're not spending time with your son. And so those are just practical things that I really had to do to take care of myself in this space so that I could be a great worker in this space.
Yeah. Sarah?
Those were such good points, Chastity, and taking notes. So I think one of the biggest realizations that I came to last year especially was the reality of DEI burnout. And I don't think it's something that we talk about a lot. So thank you for this question, Demetrius, because it is actually really important, especially, again, because this work is visceral. Like the impacts of the problems that we're trying to solve have real huge impacts on our day-to-day lives. One of the things that I have been trying to normalize for myself are establishing healthy boundaries. I think that is something that I have never been told was okay. And I got to give credit where credit is due. This has come from all my Gen Z mentors that have really challenged me to learn how to say no, to learn how to cut those hours, to take care of myself. Because, you know, when we're thinking about pouring so much into this organizations and into others, it has to come from a place of abundance, not from a place of lack. I can't do my best work at an organization when I am lacking and I'm not feeding into myself. So boundaries is really important. I think honoring the fact that there is workplace trauma that we're all trying to deal with too, that as much as we're trying to solve a lot of these major issues, we're also on the receiving end of that. And part of that is recognizing the need for healing and working with the right people. And then also establishing boundaries for my family and my friends is something that I've been really trying to do too, to protect them as well. So I think, Chastity, to your point of getting the right care, normalizing having a therapist, Demetrius, you're the one that holds me to that all the time. You're absolutely right. You know, normalizing taking time to rest, not feeling like we have to perform and push all the time. That it is okay to use your vacation days. It is okay to turn your phone off. It is okay to binge Netflix if that is what you need. I think those are some of the things that I think about a lot.
Yeah.
Just to take excellent care of ourselves.
And the thing that you all, and you're right, I talk about therapy and coaching all the time. A therapist and a coach, anybody that's in this work, I always tell you to go get it, and definitely your mentors. But the one thing that you both have taught me is to make sure that I give myself grace and space,
Yes.
as well as to, sit in gratitude. Both of these ladies will tell you I'm one of those people that don't like compliments a lot. And I tell them, I'm like, go ahead with the mushy stuff. And they force me to do it anyway. And so I'm always eternally grateful for that. So we're wrapping up on our last 2 minutes here. And so I want each of you, Sarah and Chastity, to just take 1 minute or maybe 45 seconds, because I need like 30 seconds to wrap up. And just tell me, who are you in this space right now, today? Who are you?
This will sound bad at first, but I'm going to clarify. So I am two different people. And what I mean by that is the Chastity that you might have seen at an interview or who you first met is not all of me. And that's because when I go into those initial encounters, I want to do this work so badly. I feel like it's safe with me. I'm passionate about it. I want the opportunity that I'm going to be who I need you to believe me to be, if that makes sense, in order for me to be in this space. And so once I get there, it's like, okay, I'm unpacking these layers. Here's who I am. Here's what I can do. And I will say sometimes that's kind of caused an existential crisis. But I think that that's okay. I'm someone who's very introspective, and I always like to think, why did you do this? Because I believe more than anything, to thine own self be true. Like, I'm never going to lie to myself. And so at first, I'm who I need to be in order to do this work. It's so important to me. It's my life's work. But once I'm there, I'm going to tell you like it is. I'm going to tell the truth. I'm going to be quiet. If I'm quiet, you should know something's up with what you said. It's kind of funky. I have a problem. Let's have a chat about that. Or I'm vocal and I'm telling the truth. I'm also someone who is protective of this space. Is so important. Again, going back to that heart work, that people have been hurt. And so we've got to take care of it. That's why I feel like it's safe with me, because I do think about how what I say, what I do, how these practices and policies impact every single person. And I'm not saying I have all the answers. I'm saying I'm willing to take it out and open source it so that people can collaborate and add their perspectives as well. But sometimes people enter this space and they don't have the education or the background, but because they identify themselves as diverse, they think that they have all the answers. And so I stay here, even though sometimes it can be challenging and exhausting, because I love it, but because I feel like it's safe with me and with people like us.
I love that you kept saying it's safe with me. That is so beautiful. And that just resonates so deeply. And I hope that in the organizations that I work with, that folk have felt that it's been safe with me as well. So who am I? We had a really good conversation around this. I could sit here and call myself a subject matter expert. And I'm not going to downplay my wealth of knowledge and experience in this work, but I prefer to lead with saying I'm a subject matter enthusiast. And the reason why I lead with that is because I'm so passionate about the stories of people. Like, for me, I am so committed to learning, to growing. When I talk about D&I, it is truly a journey. I don't know if we'll ever know what the end looks like. And I'm okay with that, because I am deeply, truly, authentically committed to the journey and going on this journey together with everybody. I think that there is just so much wealth of knowledge, and I challenge what we mean when we talk about expertise. The only person that I'm an expert on is my own story. And even that, I'm challenging myself to unpack and figure out who I am and how I've been socialized to think and perceive the world as I do. So I would say, I hope that because I lead with that at the forefront of my mind, of wanting to be curious and compassionate, to hold the mirror up to myself all the time in this work, because I feel like with this platform, it comes with so much responsibility to never get stagnant or comfortable with the status quo, but to continue to disrupt and innovate, that folk will see that in me and believe that this can be not only safe with me, but safe with us as we co-create this journey together.
Yeah. Ladies, I have to tell you that sometimes when you're so good, you get more time. So we got 7 more minutes. Dr. Kelly said for 10 more minutes. I think we got about 7 more minutes here. Chastity, when all of us were speaking, I think it was just on Friday, you said that at first you were like, I have to stay in this space because it's safe with me. Mm-hmm. That really resonated with me, and I just felt it all over me when you said it again right then, and Sarah echoed it. And the reason being, and I can be transparent, we were just talking about it, but this work is so hard. A lot of people assume that diversity and inclusion is about going to HBCUs and going to the career fairs and passing out swag and all that good stuff. I always say that's like less than 1%. I don't even think when we were at Red Hat, we ever even got to do that.
No.
Not even our work. And so the thing about it is, all of us have had very open and vulnerable conversations with each other about, should we even be doing this? There's a lot more easier things that we could be doing, where we could go to those college campuses and do the things we want to do. But we've always said that it's so dangerous to have this space and the work that we do in the wrong hands. Yeah. That's why it ticks me off when I hear folks say, oh, they just give this work to Black women and that's it. I'm like, I think this is a family conversation, so I'll leave it there. But what are some of the, say for instance, if you had a friend or something that called you and said, hey, I want to get into diversity and inclusion. What are those, qualifications that you would say that a person would need in order to succeed in this space?
You need to definitely not be easily moved by feelings, by insults, by microaggressions or macroaggressions. You need to be able to set that aside and see the bigger picture. You have to make some sacrifices within yourself to say, okay, this hurt me, but how do I get from point A to the finish line? What needs to happen here? This is something that you taught me, Demetrius. It's something that I'm still developing, but how to think quick on my feet. Like, okay, this just happened. This is not what I planned. How can I quickly pivot to get us to the goal? Again, we talked about you probably need a therapist, and Demetrius added you need a coach and a good support system around you if possible. And the last thing I would add is that, and I alluded to this earlier, be honest with yourself. And really, it looks glamorous, and I love doing it, but it is hard work. It takes a long time to move the needle. And if you're not in it for the long haul or you want to see quick results, this is not that space.
Sarah, anything you'd like to add?
Ooh, you both covered so much. So, okay. I know that there are some people in the chat who have literally asked me about getting into this work. So you guys know that I'm being honest. I would first say that you're already doing diversity and inclusion work. So do not come into this space because you're actually able to create more impact in your roles than you are having this hat. You do not need this hat to be able to drive this work forward. So I encourage you to keep climbing, keep leading, because we need you at the top of these organizations to actually create the culture that we're hoping to co-create with you. To Chastity's point, you shared so much. I keep emphasizing the fact that curiosity, a commitment to being curious is so important. I think that this space is constantly shifting and evolving because culture and society are constantly shifting and evolving. So some of the best practices that worked for us even last year aren't relevant in this post-pandemic world that we're living in. We're constantly being faced, again, to Demetrius' point earlier, with new dimensions of diversity, with new barriers that we need to address, new challenges. So being really having tenacity and being very curious is really important here. I think you have to definitely be a strategist because you're constantly constantly fighting so many battles and putting out so many fires at the same time. I think that you have to be willing to fully commit to this work and not seek out validation. It is sometimes a thankless job. I know that sometimes you see folk on these beautiful platforms and you think that, oh, it comes with all these accolades, but you don't see all the tears and all the lonely nights and all the long nights and the exhausting nights where people are just exhausted from having to fight for something that is so close to our heart and trying to get other people to have this be something that they're equally passionate about. And I think that you actually first and foremost need to care about people. It's people first. 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 And I'm going to keep saying that, because if we lose sight about who we're actually doing this work for, which is our communities, then we're going to get lost on this journey.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I think we really got 2 minutes left, ma'am. So for everybody that's out there, I just want you all to, what are your parting thoughts? What if, when people walk away from this and they say, we learned this today from these young women, what would you want them to walk away with?
Yeah, Sarah, I think you kind of pointed to this, but this is not just us, this is our work. Yeah. And so whether or not you have the education or credentials to be in this space, this makes all of our lives better. So join us, do what you can, reach out to us on LinkedIn or not Facebook. I just started a Facebook, I think, to have this conversation today. So I won't reply back to you, but check me out on LinkedIn. But yeah, this is our space. So yeah, let's have these conversations. They're important. Don't shy away from it. Lean in. When you're uncomfortable, or if you make a mistake, I make mistakes. And I've been doing this for 12 years. And I'm happy to apologize and be taught by other people, by Generation Z. Yeah, this is our space. Welcome.
That was so beautiful, Chastity. Wow. So thank you, everyone, for the love in the chat. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that. I think I want people, I appreciate all the love that you guys are pouring into us, but I want to take a moment to recognize that we are just building off of the work of those that came before us. We're literally continuing the work that so many people had to fight hard. And even Demetrius was just sharing her platform as a message to each of you that, there is just a wealth of knowledge and expertise everywhere. And when we tap into it and we share and we go on this journey together, we can grow and expand so much further than we ever anticipated. What do I want people to leave with? I want people to leave with hope. I think that this work can get very discouraging. I think when we look at the numbers and we look at the statistics and we think about focusing on an end goal, it's really easy to get discouraged and to lose sight of the fact that this is truly 100% a journey. It's not going to end with Chastity and I eventually going back to that concept of lifting as you climb. We're going to be passing the torch to the next generation of leaders. They're actually already here. They're on TikTok teaching me every day about what I should be doing in this role. So I really think that it's about really recognizing that we are all collectively on this journey together, that each of us, no matter where we are, brings so much value. And as long as we continue to push forward, to challenge ourselves, to hold that mirror in front of ourselves and ask better questions, and be willing to lean in, as Chastity said, and commit to the work, that we can achieve a lot more, a lot faster than we ever hoped for. So thank you to each of you. You guys are already champions just by listening into this conversation.
Everyone, thank you so much, Maxine, Coco, Dr. Kelly. And I just want to say, Chastity and Sarah, thank you so much for who you are to me in my life and my profession. I know that you all are over preparers and all those good things. So when I text you on Friday and say, will you do this with me? Both of you did not hesitate to say yes. And that's the trust that you all have had in me. And that's meant so much to me in my career. So to be a part of your journeys is just such a gift and a blessing. And I thank you so much. Dr. Kelly, over to you.
Thank you.
You know what? I want y'all to go on for another hour. Another hour. My mother is the chairman of the Black Business Expo board. And we talked about what you guys just did. And I took notes. And I heard some stuff I've never heard before. And I thought, I know I'm old, but I thought I was on top of my game. And when one of you ladies said microaggressions, I never heard that before. And it just blew me away by the way that you explained what it was. And I'm sure that the audience, some of the audiencemen probably never knew what that was about, because a lot of people don't really know what diversity is. And another thing that one of you ladies said that was powerful was a difference and a different. Difference and a different. That was really, really key when you have this conversation. And then the call out culture. Y'all, I'm telling you, I was taking notes. I would have pushed y'all another hour. But what I want to say is, when I talked to my mother about this particular section, the diversity section, we were torn between what Demetrius did, the young group and the older group, because we're sitting on a pedestal of we're moved on, and y'all on the pedestal of coming in. And then there's another group that's saying, wait a minute, we're on our way up. And so one of the things that me and my moms talked about is doing the Black Business Network with just all young people, so that we can really hear, because the torch, this is called the Black Business Olympics, the torch is already passed to you guys. And as I told a group before, I said, when I was 35 and 40 years old, I was trying to run the world. I said, but when you get to be 60, you want to give it to people who will run the world correctly. And I want to tell you, ladies, I have just enjoyed you. So I'm going to get y'all's number, and I'm going to bring you back, because Oprah up there was bringing out the noise in both of y'all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kelly.
And I want to thank you ladies for being on. We look forward to the great things that y'all are going to do. And I know that diversity and inclusion in you two ladies, in you three ladies' capable hands, are in the right hands, because we hear people talking about diversity and inclusion, and we see other nationalities being our diversity and inclusion, and they have no clue or how we really feel deep down. So again, thank you so very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good day.
And y'all have a great evening. And as we get ready for Dr. Sandra Johnson, we're going to tell you that's what we're talking about on the Black Business Network, where you get a chance to open up and talk about how you feel without worrying about what somebody's going to say to you. And again, as we continue to go on, I have my good friend, the beautiful, the lovely, Dr. Sandra Johnson. How you doing, Dr. Johnson?
I am doing well. I am definitely doing well. Dr. Kelly, how are you today?
I'm doing great. And we had you last year, and I could not, think of doing the network without having you again. And that's why, even though I know I called you a little late, I just asked you, I said, what time do you want? And I moved people around just to make sure that we would hear your incredible voice, because you really are a true star in our community, and our Black business thought leaders and entrepreneurs need to hear from you. And I want to thank you for being on again, and I'll see you on the other side.
Okay. All right. No problem. So good evening, everyone. It is certainly a pleasure to spend some time with you this evening. I am happy to share some time with you. I want to spend some time with you talking about really two things as it relates to, business and 2021. We've been through some difficult times last year in 2020. We are going through some difficult times this year so far, but we can see a light at the end of the tunnel. So I want to share with you some words of wisdom, if you will, some motivators for those in business. And I am speaking from the perspective of a tech startup company, okay? Because that's what I know best. However, what I discuss is relevant for all types of businesses. Actually, it's just relevant for life in general, but I will focus the discussion on businesses in general and tech startup companies specifically. And I'm going to break this conversation up because it's a conversation. And I do see the chat. So if you have any questions, just type them in and I will respond as we go through this process. So the first part of this conversation is to share with you some motivators to encourage you and to inspire you as we go through this process with our businesses. And then the second part of the conversation is to encourage you to be innovative and creative above and beyond what you've already done thus far, because it is during difficult times that some of the most successful companies, the seeds are planted for those companies during difficult times. So I want to share with you some history, some background, and some motivation about taking advantage, if you will, of the current climate in this country and globally to innovate and take your business to another level. And then I want to spend just a few minutes talking about my own company for those of you who may be interested. So first, the motivation, right? So I want to share with you more or less four points, four motivators as you go through your business, as you go through your process. And that is know who you are, right? You are the foundation of your business. If you're an entrepreneur, a small business owner, a single sole proprietor, know who you are as an individual. Know your capabilities, know your limitations, know your skills, know your weaknesses, etc. Because when you know who you are, then you can put together a team around you that can complement your strengths with their strengths that may be your weaknesses, so that collectively, synergistically, you can put together a team that can take your business to another level. Okay. So it is very important as a foundation for your business to know who you are as an individual and know your capabilities as someone, as a leader who runs a business or who is part of a business. And always take the opportunity to improve upon yourself. Okay. Know who you are. If you know what your strengths are, you can share with others and build the strengths of others on your team, as well as in the broader community. And for your weaknesses, you know, as I alluded to earlier, you know, bring in people who have the strengths where your weaknesses are, and you can learn from them. You can also educate yourself as well, so that you can, over time, as long as you're in the earth, you know, continue to improve on who you are, right? But also, again, as a foundation, know who you are. The second motivator that I want to share with you is be competent and confident, right? In order to be successful in whatever you do, you truly have to believe that you're going to be successful, right? As a man thinketh, so is he or she. So be competent about your skills and abilities, about your business, and the level of success your business is going to have, right? Don't let other people define who you are or what your business is. You define you. You define your business. You are the captain of your ship. You steer your ship to where you want it to go, right? Because you will encounter people who will, you know, for whatever reason, whether their agendas are hidden or otherwise, you know, whether their motives are pure or not, know who you are. Now, that's not to say that you shouldn't listen to anyone, that you shouldn't listen to words of wisdom, advice, and constructive criticism. No, by all means, be open to that, because there's always room to improve. But be competent in who you are and your business, and be competent. Be confident in who you are and be competent. For example, very simple example, you know, if you want to have a business, being a professional singer, you have to know how to sing, right? You have to have some level of competence in what you're selling, what you're producing, the service you're providing, etc. So be competent. That goes without saying. That's a foundation, but also be confident in your competence. All right. And so the third thing is speak up, from a personal perspective, from a business perspective, marketing perspective, let the world know, this is my business. This is who I am as the person who founded or who runs or works for this business. And talk about your product, your service, etc. Speak up. It does not do you or the world that you want to benefit from what you're selling if they do not know you exist. So speak up, use marketing and other efforts to get the word out about who you are and about your business. And then finally, focus on those strengths. As you know who you are, focus on those strengths, okay? Don't minimize them. Some of us have a tendency of minimizing, who we are, what we do, our businesses, etc. Right? Now, I understand that not everyone, most people are turned off by someone who's arrogant and egotistical. I'm not saying do that, but focus on your strengths, who you are, get the word out, and don't minimize it. If someone wants to give you a compliment, say thank you. As opposed to, well, it's really not. No, thank you very much. I appreciate it. But I'm really, now that you mention it, I'd like your feedback on, this service. Do you like it? Do you not like it? If you do like it, tell your friends about it. I'm confident this product is going to be very helpful. This service is going to be helpful. So speak up and be confident and focus on your strengths and don't let anyone minimize you. Particularly, from a personal perspective, we all encounter people, who will tell us things, negative things about us that are simply not true, right? Don't accept that. You know who you are. It goes back to knowing who you are. And so don't let anyone else's opinion of you define who you are. You define you, right? So those are the motivators. And I'll repeat them again. Know who you are, be competent and confident, speak up, and lastly, focus on your strengths and don't let anyone minimize them, all right? So that's sort of the background of the motivators for this part of the conversation, right? So another part of the conversation that I want to spend most of our time on is the fact that we are still in a pandemic. COVID-19 is still very much a part of our everyday life. And as I mentioned previously, many businesses were founded in the midst of, a serious global situation. And I want to share with you some examples from many years ago, as well as maybe a few years ago and then the present. So some background. General Electric, we all know and love General Electric. It was founded in 1876 by Alexander Graham Bell, right? Many of you may not know, though, that it was founded during a global recession, the recession of 1873 to 1875, Now, that was a while ago, right? But a global recession, that was a couple of years. But today is a $95+ billion company with 250,000 employees. General Motors, founded in 1988. I'm sorry, 1988, not quite. Founded in 1908 by William Durant and Charles Stewart Mott. It was founded during the panic of 1907 through 1910. All right. Today is a 137 plus billion dollar company with 180,000 employees. And finally, from years ago, Disney. Disney was founded in 1929. As you can know, this is around a stock market crash by Walt and Roy Disney, and today is nearly a $70 billion company with 223,000 employees. Right. So those are examples of companies from a while ago. So what about more recent companies founded during some difficult times? Well, Hewlett-Packard, is a well-known global technology company. It was founded in 1939 by William Hewlett and James Packard during the Great Depression. All right, 1939. Now it's a $60 plus billion company, 56,000 employees. Hyatt Hotels. It was founded during the recession in 1957 and 1958. Now it's a $5 billion company with 15,000 employees. More recently, MailChimp. MailChimp, the email distribution company, was founded in 2001 during the dot-com recession, right? Now it's a $700 million company with 800 plus employees, okay? And of course, more recently, and focusing more on technology-based companies that leverage technology quite a bit, Airbnb was founded in 2008. Remember 2008? It was founded in 2008 by 3 co-founders. Now Airbnb is a $3.3 billion company with almost 13,000 employees. And of course, 2009, around the same time, Uber was founded. So Uber is just, a little about 12 years old. Now it's a $14 billion company, with over 22,000 employees. Square, for those of you who are familiar with Square, is a payments, company. 2009 also was founded by 2 co-founders, and now it's a $4.7 billion company. We're talking about, 10, 12 years ago, right? And Warby Parker, the eyeglasses company, founded in 2010, just a little over 10 years ago, right? And so those are some examples of companies that were founded during some difficult times. And of course, one can argue this is, falls into the category of a global pandemic, for example, is a difficult time. And there are a number of issues that we, as Black people and we as a country, as well as globally, are encountering. And I'm not going to spend quite a bit of time going into all of the issues that we have encountered, but just think about this for a second, all right? Think about slightly over a year ago, how many of us had ever heard of Zoom? I did, but I'm in that community. But look at, if you just think about what has happened with individuals using Zoom and other virtual, meeting platforms, right? Think about all of the innovative and creative ways that you or those that have used Zoom, in the past year, right? Some of you probably had never even used virtual meeting platforms prior to this. I've had, happy hours, parties, formal events, informal events, dinners, lunches, etc., using Zoom. That's just one example, but just think about that. Think about the innovation, those at Zoom have placed in his offering since, December of 2019, right? And think about how the company has grown using, with essentially billions of people around the world using their service, right? So I use that as an example, but there are many other examples where we have encountered some issues. And as a result of the issues that we have encountered in this difficult time in the past, 12 months or so, that is an opportunity to innovate to address the issue, whatever it may be. It could be using technology. It could be just using a simple method of process that you never thought about before because you never encountered that issue before. But if it's a solution for you, it could be a solution for someone else or the next person. It could be the solution for millions of people. So I use this as an example to say, here is a perfect opportunity, to take the company that you already have, for those of you who are thinking about starting your own company, to look at how you have adapted your life in this crisis to the point where you may be more efficient, or you do things better now than you have in the past. And think about the fact that because this has benefited you, maybe it can benefit other people too. And then maybe you can make a business out of it, right? And so I want to use that, sort of as the foundation for our discussion, that we are in a period of time that's unprecedented in terms of an opportunity to innovate, an opportunity to take the business that you have to another level, or an opportunity to create a new and different type of innovation, leveraging your creativity to a level that you can offer a new business or a new service to market that has never existed before. So I want to walk you to a little bit about what that means, right? Innovation, right? So necessity, as we know, is the mother of innovation. There are a number of areas, solution areas that one can focus on when it comes to that. And I'll give you some examples just from what we've experienced with the pandemic. Manufacturing PPE. I recently saw a news story of some individuals who more or less have just made hundreds of millions of dollars and leveraging their connections, with PPE manufacturers so that they can offer this to the market. What about cleaning public spaces? Is there an opportunity for a janitorial service or some other service to go to a new level when it comes to cleaning public spaces as it relates to the pandemic? What about supply chain management? Even now, there's some issues with getting the vaccines to the right people, right? Getting the supplies there, getting people, who can vaccinate to individuals who need the vaccination. That whole continuum of the supply chain, from manufacturing to the vaccine and on, right? Are there some processes, some methods that an individual who's listening to me right now, in their mind, and come up with a better process, a more efficient process that can be leveraged in the future, not just for vaccines, but just for getting, huge amounts of goods and services, or goods, for example, to a certain destination, supply chain management. How about telework, telemedicine? I mean, how many of us have had doctor's appointments over the past 12 months over the internet, right? Just think about that whole doctor-patient conversation that doctor-patient relationship. And think about the fact that, if you regularly or more frequently than in the past go see a doctor, are there some other things about that process, about the phone you may use or the laptop that you may use that make it a better experience for both you, the patient, and the doctor? And you can innovate around that, right? And as you have more and more individuals online, which is the case because of virtual fill in the blank, virtual meetings, virtual everything, then there's the issue of security, cybersecurity. So for those of you who are experts in cybersecurity, or for those of you who may be business minded, but you know someone who is an expert in cybersecurity, this may be a good time to sit down and have a conversation, afternoon coffee virtually, and do a brainstorming session about, how can we make the fact that we have essentially hundreds of millions more people, who are online every day now, safer, right? I think it's an opportunity for, some significant business that come out of that. Just virtual worlds, right? As we all know and love. And what's quickly coming in the months and years to come is the Internet of Things, where you have all kinds of devices, cell phones, light bulbs, refrigerators, all kinds of appliances, all types of, objects, that we may use that can be Internet enabled, right? With 5G technology, okay? With 5G technology, you can take just about any type of Internet enabled device, and there will be many as we move forward in time. What does that mean? How can you innovate across that? How can that make our lives better, more efficient, et cetera? So these are just some areas in terms of ideas that, if you had a virtual coffee, or an actual coffee for those who live with you, about what that would look like, and think deep about it. The thing that most of us don't understand is each and every one of us have within us the ability to innovate and to invent and to be creative. And it starts with something like, why did they do it that way? Why couldn't they have done it this way instead? Well, if you took that thought and you explored it further, it may be that you come up with a better idea, a better way of doing it that you can bring to market, and become a successful innovator as a result of that, right? I want to share with you now some companies, that have already leveraged innovation in the midst of this pandemic, just to, motivate you, if you will, even further. So there's this company called Smart Health Clubs, right? What Smart Health Clubs does is it helps gyms sell idle equipment to members, right? So folks were not really going to the gym the way they were prior to the pandemic. So this company helps the health clubs sell the equipment that's not being used to the actual members, right? And they also created online courses to help those who didn't know how to use the equipment to use it, and also exercise classes, So that's one example. Another example is a company called Aunt Bertha. Okay, Aunt Bertha is a social care networking startup, right? This particular, when you have people who probably cannot get to their loved ones because of the pandemic, this particular service, can help people, find social services that were operating, in the midst of the pandemic. And then there's a third company called Second Medic, right? Now, this company is based in India, but I think it's the idea that I want to bring on in focus. So Second Medic essentially is a telemedicine company that popped up overnight that enables individuals to quickly get second opinions during telemedicine, right? So just think about that. India has over 1 billion people, so you can imagine how, what the potential is for that type of success, right? So I would encourage each and every one of you who may be interested in maybe starting your own business, improving upon the business that you have, or maybe offer a new and different type of service than what you have, to just spend a few minutes, maybe this evening or tomorrow evening or over the weekend, just think about the possibilities, right? You may want to get with a friend to assist, and you can throw ideas back and forth. Just think about the possibilities, because I can assure you that if you just spend a little bit of time, that you'll come up with an idea, right? Something that may be viable, okay? And for those of you who are interested in starting your own company, there's some things I do want to share with you about whatever idea you come up with, okay? Seek intellectual property protection over these ideas. Because what most people don't know is a patent, and that's what I mean by intellectual property protection, seeking a patent on your idea, is that you do not have to build a product, or develop a service to get the patent on it. All you have to do is write up the idea so that those who are experts in the particular field can read your idea and then build it if they so choose to, if they license your patent, of course, once you get it. So think about an idea and then go out and seek a patent on the idea if it's patentable. Now, I'm not going to spend time going through the process of trying to determine whether or not an idea is patentable. But because not all ideas are patentable, and that's the subject of another discussion maybe. But I want to plant that seed in your mind that there were some ideas that you may have that are patentable, and some of you may have experienced this, that are patentable, and you didn't know they were patentable. And lo and behold, a few months later, a few years later, someone else has sought the patent on that idea. So I want to plant that seed to let you know that some ideas are patentable, and you can do some due diligence to determine whether it is or not. But let's just say you take that step. You seek a patent on the idea, and you think that you do some more due diligence, maybe some customer discovery, that is, talk to potential customers. Is this something that you like? Is this something that you would be willing to purchase or buy, etc.? So get some feedback, and then put together, actually move forward to start that business. Write that business plan, go get incorporated, and then implement this idea, right? Go out and raise some money to grow the business. And again, seek that patent protection, right? It may sound daunting, but remember, I go back to some of the companies that I mentioned to you at the beginning of this section. The founders, had an idea, they had a vision, and then they moved forward and made it happen. And so what I'm encouraging you to do, again, this is a right time during this pandemic season to take advantage of some of the issues you've encountered and experienced. And I say, take those experiences, those issues, think of solutions, brainstorm with others. It may be the start, the catalyst of a new business that could end up being as big as Google or Facebook. You have to start somewhere. And what I'm saying is that now, historically, these periods in our country's history and global history have been ripe for companies to be founded or businesses to change direction or add to their goods and services that will enable it to grow to be a large a billion-dollar company. Because as a large billion-dollar company, you have a much larger impact on African Americans as well as the global society. So in that regard, take it a step further. Spend time thinking about it, but then put your writing skills in place, right? Put together a 6-month plan. Roughly 6 months. This is February, right? This is August, right? And who knows, by August, we'll be much further along, in terms of herd immunity, etc. So 6 months, I speak into the 6-month time frame that we are going to be better along in terms of COVID-19 than where we are now, and many, many different metrics, right? So put together a 6-month plan, write it down, make it plain, make it visible for you. Do some due diligence on the business, on the market of this business, right? You can learn quite a bit on the web, right? Just like you're listening to me talk, learning some things. There are so many things that you can learn on the web. So spend some time learning about how others have done it. Spend some time reaching out and having virtual conversations with individuals, who have done it. Because many people who have become successful, they did it with the assistance of others. And the way they thank those who helped them is by helping others as well, right? So reach out to successful business owners, no matter what size the company. Ask them questions about, how did you do it? If there are some things that you know now that you wish you would have known then, what are they, right? Ask those questions, and you'd be surprised that many of them would be more than happy to sit down and have a conversation with you to assist you in this regard. I'm sorry. In this regard. So those are some things that, I want to share with you. Now, for those of you who are small business owners who are happy with being a small business owner, who are just struggling just to make ends meet, I think that there's some basic principles that I discussed that even you can leverage. Think about some of the issues that you've had in your business. Right. And think about, what can you do to resolve them, to make it better. Right. And whatever you do to resolve it and make it better may also help someone else make their business better. And so even that is an opportunity that may eventually result in a product or solution that you can sell. Right. So essentially, it goes back to necessity is the mother of invention. Necessity is the mother of innovation. So I think it's very important that you spend time, having those conversations with individuals. Now, I know I've said a lot, I spent about 30 minutes, talking. And so I'm going to stop here to see if anyone, I see lots of questions. Okay. So I'm going to go from the bottom. Right? And then I'll move up to the top. Oh, I hope the next generation is paying attention. I hope so, but I also hope the current generation is paying attention as well, because this is something that's good for everybody, no matter what age. Because I myself worked for a company, IBM, for 26 years. And then I left and started my own business, right? So I'm not like the typical startup business owner, a young 20-something-year-old, not quite. But I'm not letting my age stop me, because as long as I'm alive, I'm going to be thinking about how can I improve the leadership, etc. Okay, so let me see. I think I don't see any other questions. So I am paying attention to the chat. So for those of you who are listening, if you have some questions, just put it in the
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business.
Hello, I'm not sure what happened, but I just disappeared, so I'm back. I apologize for that. I do see one question. What advice would you give for those who want to start their business later in life? Well, my view is that later in life, you've been around the block a few times, the ropes, you are older, and preferably are, assuming, older and also wiser. So my view is because you have lived life, you are older and wiser, that you would be a better founder, better entrepreneur. And so the advice that I would give, is what I gave at the beginning of this talk. Know who you are. Know you have a better idea of who you are. I would like to think most people have a better idea of who they are, later in life. So you know who you are. You have a level of competence, and confidence that you may not necessarily have had when you were younger. And it is that confidence, knowing who you are, the ability to, you are better able to steer your own ship, that will enable you to be a good business owner. You may have a better idea of the type of business that you want to have. Maybe something that you've always wanted to do, that you're passionate about, that, you can make money on. Then, start there in terms of the types of things that you would want to do. But my advice is, because you're older, wiser, more confident, more competent, look at the things that you're passionate about. Think about, as I said, about the pandemic, the types of things that you went through yourself, or those that are aware of, and can you think of a solution? And then, is it business worthy? Is it marketable? So you can do the due diligence. And if the answer is yes for all of those, then move forward and go for it, right? Now, I say that, parenthetically, all right, when you start a business, you're probably not going to make as much money as you were making initially. So it's very, very important that you have a financial foundation, right? So that you don't lose what you have if you do that, right? So use wisdom in terms of, having the foundation so that you can step out. And it may be a couple of years or so, before you generate the kind of revenue that enables you to have a good lifestyle, right? So, may not necessarily want to just quit your job and start doing something, right? You may make a plan to gradually go from where you are now, maybe doing this part-time, for example, and then over a period of time, you wrap up your business, and then you can leave where you are to go to where you're going, right? So use wisdom as part of the planning process. But I think that older entrepreneurs are wiser and more experienced, and intuitively, it can be more successful. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, well, I want to spend just the last 5 minutes or so of our conversation talking about my business. The name of my company is Global Mobile Finance, Inc. We have developed GRemit, which is a remittance mobile app that enables those who live in the West, like the United States, to send money home to family and friends in emerging countries to help them make ends meet. And so the funds are used to pay for goods and services such as utility bills, medical bills, food, schooling, etc. Initially, GRemit is targeting recipient countries in sub-Saharan Africa. And then we plan to expand to other emerging countries around the world. Now, the funds are deposited into the mobile money accounts, of the recipients, right? And so that's a little bit about GRemit. I will type in the comments section of the chat once I'm done my website address if you want to know more information about Global Mobile Finance, Inc. and GRemit, then by all means, go to that website. You can fill out a form. It comes to me, and then we can have a conversation about GRemit. And with that, I'm more or less done. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Any more questions anyone has? Okay, looks like we don't have any questions. So, Dr. Kelly, are you there? Okay, he's not coming on yet. So I can share with you a little bit more about my company, while we wait for Dr. Kelly to come back on. I actually have two companies. So the second company I want to share with you a little bit about that company is called SKJ Visioneering LLC, and it's a technology consulting company. So just about any type of technology where you need a technical expert, you can reach out to me and I can have a conversation. But I focus on cybersecurity. I focus on analytics. I also focus on blockchain technology. So that's my two companies in a nutshell.
Well, Well, you know, blockchain is a serious matter, and we've had a gentleman on earlier talking a little bit about it, and we definitely need to get you back to talk about it because we don't know enough about it, and it's going to change the world. But those who don't know, it's going to actually, to be honest, it's already changed the world. But as it moves to the West, it's really going to change how people do business, how people buy, and how people sell, and the whole bit. So I'm looking forward to that. We're going to be coming back in June. I'll make sure that we're going to have probably a section on blockchain because people don't even understand the mining part. People don't we just don't understand in this, and as a group, we need to understand what's coming before it happens. Want to thank you for coming on the show. You always do a great job, and I'm always glad to see you. And hopefully you have a beautiful, beautiful night. And you know what I say? I'll see you on the other side. Bye-bye.
Yes, absolutely. Bye-bye.
And of course, as we get ready for our next guest, we're going to do what we do each and every night. We're going to play I Am Black Business. Are you Black Business? Now, when you think about the Black Business Network, let us tell your story. Let us tell your story. Let us tell your story to the world. As you get prepared and look at your day and look at your company, your great company that you put together, come on the network. Go to Black Business Expo USA. Or email us at info@blackbusinessexpo1.com. I'll put all that information down at the bottom. You can go to my Facebook. You can go to my Twitter, my YouTube. You can almost go to my TikTok. Not yet, but shortly. Again, let's do I Am Black Business, Mark. And we go.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919 380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
Hey, it's Fran Harris, founder of Electra Sports Beverages. So excited that you are joining me right now for this live broadcast where I am finally launching my sports beverage. Now, Electra is a better for you functional beverage company that other things will come after in a few years. But right now we are launching one of the best, better for you, in fact, best for you sports drinks on the planet. Now, a lot of people will say, why would you start a beverage company when you've got other competitors, huge competitors in the marketplace in this space? Well, it's a $23 billion industry. Sports drinks, $23 billion opportunity. That means there's room to play. The reality is, if it were easy, everybody would be doing it. So I'm very proud of Electra. Very proud of what Electra stands for. I'm very proud of this nutritional panel back here because we didn't miss a beat. We knew that consumers were looking for better taste, higher functionality, lower sugar, fewer calories. We knew that. And I am so proud of what we have put in this bottle. It's something that you can give your kids. It's something that you can drink yourself, whether you're an elite athlete or an everyday hustler. We put some great stuff in this bottle, and I want to invite you to join me on this journey for this big online launch party. There's a lot of room. There's a lot of room to play. I'm going to get in where I fit in. I'm going to find my niche and make sure that we develop and produce products that are absolutely amazing that our customers want. So I wanted to introduce you to Electra here. So we got 3 flavors. You've got Passion Punch, you got Oh Yeah Orange, and you got Liddy Lemonade. And so whatever your pleasure is, if you like the punch taste, if you like the orange taste, if you like the Liddy Lemonade, then you can have your pleasure. All right. But I want you to get in on this because we're doing something special with Electra right now. We're launching it first time out of the gate. That means that you can get it right now at a very special price if you participate in my Indiegogo campaign. Now let's talk about what an Indiegogo campaign is. This is not a fundraiser. This is an opportunity to generate some buzz and some fun around the launch of a brand new product. And you get the opportunity to get things like t-shirts, come to some private events. It's an opportunity for you to be a part of something bigger than all of us, right? Imagine if you had been there when that other sports drink had started 50 years ago. Imagine what it would have felt like to be a part of what you knew was going to be history. That's what I'm offering you the opportunity to do right now, is to be a part of Electra's launch to the public. Now, Electra will be available online, so you'll be able to go to our website and our store and buy Electra, but you won't be able to get access to some of the prizes that you're going to get access to by participating in this campaign. And there are many, many levels that you can get involved in. You can get involved at a very low level where you just want to be a supporter. You can get involved at a different level where you get a t-shirt and a cap. You can get involved in a different level where you can come to a VIP event with me, hang out with me and my team. Either way, get in where you fit in and just become a part of this historic launch. There should be a button on this page right now. All you need to do, click that button, and then you can learn all about the different ways that you can be involved in this particular launch campaign. All right, click the button right now. I appreciate your support so much, and I will see you on the other side.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
Hello, my name is Natural Breeden, and I'm introducing a new author and her publication. Dr. Veronica Hardy is an inspirational speaker, author, and educator. Through her writing and public speaking, she uses the power of story to reveal and confront challenges experienced by the readers and listeners. And this is showcased through her book, A Letter to My Sisters, Reflecting on God's Promises. Dr. Hardy, what influenced the title of your book?
I can say, now I did change the title a few times. It went from, I think I started with calling it Tamar's View to capture more from her perspective. Mm-hmm. Then I switched it to Everybody Has Their Stuff. You know, we all carry something. Yes. And then finally I decided to pray. You know, God, what do you really want people to receive or know from this book? Mm-hmm. And so that's when A Letter to My Sisters, Reflecting on God's Promises, really came to me, because I felt it was really fitting that I was writing something for other women to read from my heart to theirs.
Well,
thank you.
Now, Dr. Hardy, why did you choose the story about Tamar as the basis of the book?
I feel like oftentimes we don't talk much about the women in the Bible who have gone through difficulties, mm-hmm. such as her. She was raped or sexually assaulted by her half-brother. Okay. And I just thought that was an important story to be able to bring out. And I thought it was important to kind of bring out her story, how she responded to it, so we could also look at how we respond to it as well.
Absolutely. Now, Dr. Hardy, how does the story of Tamar serve as an example for you?
I would say strength, for one. It seems like she didn't hide it at all. And I think sometimes if someone were to ask us, we want to cover it. We don't want to share it. Why? Mm-hmm. Because we're carrying the shame, or we feel like we're guilty that we caused the situation to happen to us. Mm-hmm. So I was glad she was able to share it with her brother, acknowledge it. And then he said to her, don't take it to heart. Mm-hmm. And that message spoke to me that we don't have to carry what someone else did to us. We don't have to make that become part of our identity, but for us to remember who we are, because she was a princess. Okay? And that's not taken away because of what someone else did to her. And I just wanted us as women to remember who we are in God's eyes.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
Hello. We're going down the home stretch. And of course, when you go down the home stretch, you know, when you're doing the Olympics, you know, earlier Dr. Dennis Rogers said, you know, you hand off the baton to another person. We're getting ready to hand off the baton to another star in our community, LaShawn Harley. Hello, LaShawn. How you doing?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Of course we can hear you, and you look so beautiful.
Thank you. It's been an interesting day. Needless to say, been working a lot with some clients today.
Well, you know, you've been a hard lady to get, and we are so happy that you're taking the time with us. And as I continue to say, ladies and gentlemen, men, boys, girls, and all in this world. Here she is, live and in living color. LaShawn A. Harley. Take it away, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right, wonderful, wonderful. So I want to say hello to everyone. This is a topic I wanted to get on and talk about customer development. And customer development is such an important thing because it's not about who you think your customers are. It's about actually defining who your customers are. Sometimes we talk about our customers as though we speak in the general terms of who they are and what they are about. But that's not what we need to look at when we're talking about who your customers are and how they relate to you. So one of the things I talk a lot to my customers about is the 80-20 rule. And it becomes very important talking about the 80-20 rule because so many people talk about everybody is my customer. And I always say right there, stop. Everyone is not your customer. So the thing is that in taking that mindset and understanding that everybody is not your customer, then we know that we need to then move about and say, well, how do I define my customer? Who are they? What are they really about? How do I describe my customer? If somebody asks who they are and what they're about, can I describe them? Can I tell people about them? And I get scared when folks say, well, everybody is my customer. No, everyone is not. Because think about the things you don't buy. Think about the things that, well, you buy it sometime, but not all the time. And that's what it's all about. Developing your business and knowing who those customers are, what they want. And what you find out when you're looking at that and understanding who your customers are, you understand what you want to do, how you want to do it. You understand what to give those customers and what they want. And the biggest thing those customers also provide to you is they give you and tell you what they want, what they're in need of without you having to do as much work. Because you listen to them, they'll say, oh, why don't you do this? Or it would be great if you had this or if you had that. And that's what makes life so much easier when we look at the process of doing that customer. So you may say, well, why am I saying the 80-20 rule? Because that's the periodic analysis that we want to talk about. Is that's how you determine where you focus your time and energy. And developing your customers is not running around getting everyone to be your customer. It's about running to get the right people to be your customer because they appreciate who you are and what you are about. So that's what we're going to talk about today, this 80-20 rule as it's going to apply to your business and what you're going to be doing with your business and how it takes you getting out of yourself, because you can stand in the way of the success of your business. It's about talking to the customer. It's about getting that information from the customer. And I've even had clients to find out sometimes what they're looking to give the customer is more than what the customers wanted. And they actually didn't have to do as much work. And they were like, wow. Or they found out why folks weren't doing what they felt that was needed because those people they're able to come and say, I appreciate you. I like you. And then you know what to do, how to do, when to do it, and where to do it. So customer development, that's what this is all about. That's about understanding who they are, what they are about, and making your life easier. So again, let me reiterate this part. I didn't say it before, but I say it usually. Everyone is not your customer, but we accept everybody's money. This is not about discriminating or turning away from anybody. We accept money from anybody and everybody. So it's not about the fact that I don't want to get money from people. It's about being wise in what you're doing and how you're doing it. That's what we're about, and that's what we're going to discuss today in this presentation about you being wise and getting what you want, how you want it, and getting it done. So let's talk about this customer development. And I'm going to go here and going to also share my screen with you. I usually have my double screen up today, and today I'm not able to do that. So customer development is where we have to first discover who your customers really are. Then we go through a process of validating that that's who your customers are. And then we make it and we create them into becoming your customers. As you create more and more of these people to become your customers, that's how your company expands and you start to build that company. So we talk about this in light of a book that came out years ago called The 4 Steps to the Epiphany. And it's by a gentleman by the name of Steve Blank. And Steve Blank actually put this together and said, you know, there are 4 steps, and that's the aha moment. So it's easier to look at it from that point of view and in that representation of it. So first, you got to discover who your customers are. When you can discover who your customers are, that allows you to then say, this is what they like. This is how I can describe them. This is where you also can say, this is where we're going to go, and this is where I'm going to look at who they are and how they're going to be. So that's what we do, the customer discovery. As you discover the customer, if you cannot define that that's who your customers are, and then validate that they are the customers, you've got to go back and discover them. Also, in the process, you'll find out that many times that person you thought who's your customer is actually not the customer. They might be the end user, or they might be one of the people who use it, but may not end up being the primary user that uses it. So then you come back and you have to regroup and you validate that they are the customer. So for example, I had someone doing a beverage company, and they were talking about the beverage that they were making, and they made this business plan, and they were going forth and they were testing it. And I was listening to them because they came to see me after doing the business plan, and their partner backed out, one of the co-founders. And I was like, but that's the end user. The people who they call the distributor was actually their customer. So that was the restaurants, the bars. They were more their customers than anything else. And in realizing that, they discovered they didn't have to do as much, because to give it to the restaurants and the bars, the packaging could be different. The packaging didn't have to look pleasing to the eye, because they were going to be putting it in bottles or in glasses. So therefore, the bottles didn't have to be special and they didn't have to look great. The bottles just needed to be something that could hold the beverage until they poured it in the glass that was going to the customer. Once you validate that that's the customer, then you start working to build that customer basis. And that's that customer creation. And that's the scalability of your business. Because the more and more you can get more people like them, more people that appreciate them, that's how you keep building your business. So you go from discovering the customer, validating the customer, creating them into the customer, and that's how we build the business. So with the customer development, we're trying to figure out who is our target customers. We have our idea. We need to test it, assess it, make some decisions based upon the assessments and assessing the information we got through the testing process, accept what we will do and what we won't do. And then that's how you keep growing the business, and you keep going through this cycle. That's the customer development. Because in order to have a successful business, and for me, business is for-profit and nonprofit, we have to give value, and we talk about having profit. For a for-profit, it is profit. For a nonprofit, it's net funds. We still want you to have some funds that are there, and we want to make sure you're sustainable. So understanding that this is the concept that we're looking at it, and that we're not just looking at just coming out for the business. It's about providing value that leads to net funds, be it profit for a for-profit or the net funds for a nonprofit, that is sustainable. That's what we're looking for. So when we look at this customer development and looking at that picture, what is the idea you have for that particular customer segment? So we're looking at the segmentation of that idea and looking at the segment of customers we want to use. And then we need to test to validate that that idea resonates with them. How do they look at it? What are they looking for? And this is where you're looking at that problem solution and seeing the opportunities. So when you're doing this, you want to keep your mind open. This is not about leading people to what you want to do. This is about validating that the idea you have is the solution that's going to provide value to the customer. That's what you're testing it on. So you don't want to do leading things to lead that this is the idea, this is the solution. You want to test it and test what the problem is and what they're looking for the solution to be, and whether or not they even want a solution that they're willing to pay for. Just because people have a problem doesn't mean they want to pay for it, nor does it mean that they want to pay what it's worth. So you want to find that out. You also want to test to make sure you're not leaving money on the table. Sometimes people want to give everything to their customers, and their customers were satisfied when they were at step 5, but they keep going to step 10. That's extra money you could potentially have gotten, because those customers who would be willing to pay that for those 6 to 10 would have been willing to pay more money for it. So we want to also test to make sure that you're not over giving, leaving money on the table that you could have gotten, as well as your price point may have been lower than what they expected. So then therefore you again leaving money on the table. So testing the idea is not just about saying, yes, this is it. It's also making sure you're doing things in the right way, how they want to have it, pricing it at the right price point. Because this is all about win-win-win situations. It's a win for them that you're getting the funds that they want. It's a win that you're growing your business. It's a win that you're getting the money out of it that you need. Once you're testing this, you need to assess the data. And that's some of the stuff I was talking about. Discover what's going on from them. Hear things from the customer's point of view and their reference. This becomes very important, even if you're one of the persons who had that situation to happen, because you start to hear the perception of more and more people. Remember, perception is 100% reality for the customers. So you need to make sure you're discovering where they are. You're also going to discover whether or not what is being considered the problem is actually a symptom of the problem. Just like when you go to the doctor, they say, well, tell me your symptoms. And the symptoms can lead to different diagnoses. Remember, you're the doctor of what you're doing. You're the subject matter expert. So you're diagnosing everything that's going on. And then you're looking for the information to support this is something that people want in the way they want it. Now, once you assess that data, you need to decide your course of action. Are you going to accept, change the concept, or change the idea? Then, once you accept that, then we start looking at the market, and we begin our marketing plan, and then we're going to grow the business, getting the customers, the goods, and the services. So, what's the first thing? That idea of the customer segmentation. We need to know who your primary and secondary customers are going to be based on specific characteristics that they have. Those characteristics are going to come from the demographics. It might be age, gender, culture, income, educational level, location. Those are traditional ones that we think a lot about. But also think about the psychographic things of your customer. The reason why we call the convenience store a convenience store because it's conveniently located. So we go there for the convenience that it's there. You may have people, for example, where you may say, well, I'm doing it for women. So you say, well, you're doing it for women. Which women? All women? Yes. Salons. I had one lady that says, well, I do all ladies' hair. I said, you do? I said, what about those who are natural? Oh, no, all chemical. So it's not all women. It's women who are getting chemical products in their hair. Okay, is it all women getting chemical products in their hair? And it goes like, well, I'm all about promoting healthy hair. Oh, do everybody want healthy hair? Well, they should. They should, but is that their number one thing, having healthy hair, or are they looking for the low value? So it's like, yes, it could be good, but I'm looking for the lowest price good. She was about healthy hair and doing everything to promote healthy hair. So we then start talking about the products used, the location she's in, what kind of environment want to be. You know, for some people, they don't mind going to a beauty salon and being there all day. Others want people who, when I come in, at most, I have a 15-minute wait. Others are like, when I come through the door, I'm going to the chair and nobody else is in there. Your attention is on me. All of those are different types of business models. It's understanding who your primary and secondary customers are. I want my hair done. Sure, I want it healthy. I don't want to pay a lot of money, and I want to be in and out. I don't want anything fancy. They don't mind not paying. They're like, that's price point's going to determine that. Your products you're going to use are going to now determine how you're going to work with them. But if there's somebody who wants, I want to be the only one in there, your attention is always on me, they're willing to pay it. I had a friend that was willing to fly to get her hair done because this gentleman made up, allegedly, I'm not sure if he did, but that's what he told folks. He made up the cow pounds that he put on their hair. So she flew wherever she was in the United States. She would fly to New York to get him to do her hair. Another young lady saw a woman cut hair and had a hairstyle she wanted. She actually took a plane to Atlanta, got that lady to cut her hair, and flew back to North Carolina. Understanding those people who are your customers. Then you know what you can charge and what you do and how to do the idea of what you have. Now, earlier I mentioned about the fact you need to know the difference between who's your customer and who's that end user. That becomes important because you need to focus on who has the money. Your expectation is to satisfy who has the money. The daycare provides services for the caregiver to make them feel comfortable where they're leaving their dependent and for what purposes they have. And I say daycare because it could be a children's daycare, or it could be an adult daycare. It could be an elderly daycare because you have people who are working professionals that have folks that are depending upon them that need assistance there that can't be left alone. So that person is where the money is. It's not just what the end user gets, it's the comfort of the person who's giving you the money. Same if it is in the nonprofit arena, your customer base is going to be primarily from a revenue point of view, is going to be the donors. However, you also have the customers who are the beneficiaries, those who are going to receive the services. The revenue you get from the beneficiary is the impact that you get from them. The ones who are the donor is where you actually get the money because for them, the impact is the idea of what's important to them. So understand and know the characteristics of your customer base is going to be crucial. Then you need to kind of test this. What are their needs? Do they want the solution? Are they willing to pay a profitable price for solutions? Let's go back to that client that I had that was doing hair. She was like, well, I've got to charge what the others are charging. They're charging $10 for a shampoo, $25 for a relaxer. And I'm like, well, tell me the products you're using. She started telling me the hair products she's using. And I'm going like, wait a minute. That's very good hair products she's using. And I checked around and I could even tell her even from myself, because when I was doing chemical base, one of my beauticians used it. Her high point was their low point. Her high point was her low point. The places that she was competing with, they didn't use the same caliber of products that she did. I'm not saying the products weren't good, but they were not the same caliber. So you've got to say, are these people willing to pay to make a profit? She had a lot of customers, but she was actually paying them to sit in her seat. So when we're doing this testing, you've got to be willing to listen for understanding, not listening to hear what you want to hear. You've got to be open to listening for understanding, not listening to hear what you wanted to hear. And you have to be flexible in your listening because remember, it's about you creating a business where you're meeting your customers' needs by providing a solution that they're willing to pay at a profitable price. That's what you want to do because otherwise you're a hobby. That's what we call you, a hobby. So are you willing to pay a profitable price? Are they willing to pay that profitable price for the solution you're providing? And you've got to listen for understanding. Listen to hear what you did not know. It's not about you listening just for them to take you down the pathway and only listening for what you connect to your idea. Then you've got to assess that. When you're assessing the data, you're saying, okay, what do we find out? What did we discover? What are they saying? What are they not saying? Because sometimes that's even more important than things you expected to hear that you didn't hear. So assess this data to say, am I discovering anything new? Maybe I'm discovering opportunities. I had a young lady that said that it was going to take her a while to actually start her business. We now have her at a point where she can start it now because we started assessing the data of what people are saying, where their pain points are. What are the issues they're having right now? Starting your business small comes in this manner. And what I mean by starting small, we think it's about, oh, I'll start just with this neighborhood. It might be that. Or I'll start because I can do this immediately. It might be that. But are those two things a part of the vision you have? Starting small is starting small of the vision you have and scaling it up such to that you grow to the vision of what you want to have. Then in its discovery, what is the data supporting? You may find out, for example, folks are do-it-yourselfers, the people that you were looking at. Now, does that mean you toss them out? No, but there may be things you could do to empower that do-it-yourselfer, that's where your money is going to come from. Now, you don't really even have to do anything other than give the do-it-yourselfer all the resources they need. Wow. I've had a couple of people who've had that and they were like, oh my God, this makes life so much easier. I can do a lot of e-products. I might do a video. Somebody may call me on an as-need basis. I don't have to continuously, constantly be there. That's a wonderful and great thing. So look at that data to discover what the opportunities are that are presenting themselves, and then see what ideas are being supported by the data. Now, that assessment may tell you also you don't have enough information, that you didn't get enough in that testing result, and that you need to go back and find out more information. That's why we're doing this assessment. So you can then move to understanding this 80-20 rule, because we really want to find out who those folks are that are going to give us the money, because we want someone who's willing to pay the price that's more than it's going to cost me to provide them the product. Okay, that's what we're looking for in this 80-20 rule. Who's willing to pay me the price that's greater than the cost that is going to take me to provide it to them, and I'm going to have what's left over, what I want and need for me to be happy in this process, the win situation. That's why the 80-20 rule comes in at this part, because you're looking at where can I find that 80% of my revenue that's going to come from the 20% of your customers. 80% of the revenue comes from 20% of your customers. These are the people that are going to give you the money. These are the people that are going to be repeaters. These are the people that when the ideas or they have a problem, you're the first one they think of. These are the ones you want to tell other people that tell other people about you. Problem is, we focus on that smaller group. There's that 80% of our customers, and they're only going to give us 20% of that revenue. And we wonder why we're tired. We wonder why we're exhausted. We wonder why they want to keep giving us, giving. And we don't see a lot of return, because they're not your true customers of what your business was created for. They're customers we accept and we have open arms for them, but they're not the ones that are going to be that customer base that you understand, that can help you grow that customer base to give you the funds that you want. That 20%ers are open to the product that you're offering. They're willing to get that product. They're open to buying that product. They see it as a solution. These are the ones that understand the value of what you're offering. They're not trying to snip it here, snip it there. They understand the full totality of the value of what you're giving them. Now, this doesn't mean that you may not have to explain the value first for them to get the understanding, but they catch it. You don't have to argue with them. You don't have to belabor the point. You don't have to say to them, oh, for the price I'm offering, do you know? No, they understand the value of that product you're offering, and they appreciate it. When people appreciate something, they don't take advantage of it. So they're going to appreciate that product you're offering, and they value that. That appreciation is valued. And then that's what makes them light up, and they look at you as the answer for what they are looking for. And they then start to desire that product that you're offering. And in that desire, they're moving further and further to getting it, to saying, yes, you are the answer I've been looking for. And sometimes you are going further than what they even imagined was possible. Because sometimes our customers don't even realize that they had the problem until we brought the product to them. They may have thought about it, but they didn't realize it was a problem for them until we brought the product. And they're like, yes, this is what we want. They then are willing to pay the asking price for what you offer. They don't ask for the hookup. They say, this is good value. And what you're asking for, it's worth that. And I'm willing to pay what you're asking for me to get this product you're offering. These are the ones that also, when you start thinking about other things to add, other things to offer, they're open to additional purchases of the products you offer. Because they already appreciate what you're offering, they're going to appreciate what you recommend. They're going to appreciate where you lead them. They're going to appreciate you as the subject matter expert that's always looking out for their best interests. So they're open to additional purchases of the product offered. They also make those additional purchases. So not only are they open to it, they will purchase it. Remember, because as we say, they understand the value of what you offer, they appreciate it, and they desire it. So therefore, they will make those additional purchases. And as you have new offerings, they are open to them. So when you send it out, it's not saying it's going to be 100% of them that are going to actually get it, but they're open to it. And then they appreciate what you have, that even if they're not able to do it right now, they're fairly telling you that. They're saying, I really like this, but right now I can't get it, but keep me in the mix, or I'm going to look at it in the future. That's what they'll do. These are the ones that help you with that profit and sustainability. These are the ones that understand that value that leads to the profit and sustainability. Now, my nonprofits, I didn't leave you out. In the nonprofit world, the folks who come and they appreciate what you have to offer and the rules that you provide and what they're going to get out of it, and they're willing to put forth the effort. The beneficiaries are the ones that you want them to be willing to understand the value of what you have to offer, and they're willing to put the effort in to get the outcome that you said that they should get, because that's the value, that's the profit for you. The profit and I should say the net funding, because that's the impact. And that impact now becomes the value to the donors. And the donors are like, yes, this is what we want to see. This is what we want to have that's a production of what you're doing. So now we're willing to give you funding in order to fund this. And we want to have it such that you're getting that, continue giving us that outcome. But you also are looking at those donors giving you things to make sure you're having net funds so you can be sustainable. One of the things I cringe is when I hear people talk about a nonprofit means that all the money you get, you spend it. No, that's why there's discretionary and non-discretionary. And if you follow that rule of thumb, if you spend all the money, what if you don't get the money from those sources next year? What if something happens like the pandemic that happened? Who could have expected this? So some people shifted the resources they would have to only giving towards things as it directly related to COVID. So your program was great. You've been doing it for 20 years, but getting funding from this funding source. But if you spent every dime of every money you got in, then how can you be sustainable?
That's what they're going to look at. This 20%ers say you are the solution that gives the value, and we're willing to exchange it with money. What you have to offer, we're willing to give you the money to go with it. Because your value proposition is worthy of me parting from my money. People don't like to part from their money if they're not getting anything. So I'm willing to part from my money because what you're giving me is a good replacement for me having those funds. Now, the other 20, let's talk about them. They might be open to the product you're offering. They might not be. They might be open to just hearing about it. They may understand the value of what you're offering, but they may have a product about what you're offering, how you're saying that value is. They may not understand it, no matter how much you talk to them and tell them about it, they don't understand the value of it. They understand the product, but they don't understand the value of the product offer, especially the way that you're offering your product. They don't appreciate it. So these are the ones that may also say they may get the product, but these are the ones that don't take care of understanding the value of the product. They said make somebody work for it, then they tend to appreciate it better. A person who appreciates it understands what went into it. So these are people who may say, oh, this product is worth nothing, but they didn't appreciate the product of how to use it, how to handle it. And they might desire the product you have, or they desire a variation of it, or they don't really desire it at all. But, that's why I'm leery folks when they say they gave it away and people haven't paid for it. What they desire may be something that was free, not necessarily the product itself that was offered. So this 80% is full of possibilities. Again, it's possibilities. Possibilities that possibly, probably, kind of, sort of, and when. So they possibly are going to do it, but we don't know when, we don't know how, and we don't know why. They tend to be the ones that are not willing to pay you that asking price. Can I get a hookup? Why can't I get a discount? They only buy from you when there's a discount. So some people say, well, I already know that this person is going to come in when something is on sale. So yes, they are going to come. They're your sale people. So when you get to that price point, that's your secondary customer base. They come when you have a sale, and the sale is still reasonable for what you're having to offer. But we got other folks that are not willing to pay that asking price. And I learned even in our business when folks got an attitude about that, and then the next thing I knew, they went down the street, paid somebody else the same or more. But because I didn't give them the hookup, because they knew somebody or knew somebody I knew, they got an attitude. They're not your customer. You don't build your business on people who have an attitude. Also, when they're not willing to pay your asking price, what are you going to get cut back from? Because now the funds you were going to get, you can't do the expenses that you may have wanted to do in the way you wanted to do it. And the bottom line, what you were giving for even for yourself, now you can't get it. So they're not willing to pay. What are you willing to give up? Not just giving them that product, but you're willing to give up out of the expenses and your bottom line. Now, they also give the H's, this group. They give the headache, the heartache, and the hassle. They usually complain more. They're going to ask for more. Then they're going to complain if you don't give more. And the more is not how you define it. The more is how they define it. You already gave them a discount. Well, now they want you to add on to these discounts. Oh, can you not do this? Well, why can't you do that? They're calling you all the time. When are you going to get finished? Well, I told you it's going to be in 2 days. Well, you don't have any of it done? Then when you give it to them, that's all I get. And you like, I gave you what we agreed upon and sometimes even more. These are also some of the big people who will complain about your business online. Especially in this day and age. And guess what? They're going to tell people about the complaints. They didn't tell people about the fact you gave them the discount, that they started asking for more and more. They're not going to say that. So they're going to call you more. They're going to harass you about what you're doing. Then the more you give, the more they want. And even after you give them the discount, they don't appreciate what you had done. They've given you a headache, they've given you heartache, and they've given you hassle. This is not what we want. That doesn't create a win situation in a business. These are also not going to be consistent repeat customers. They may take a sample here and there. They come when they can afford it, unless you can see some type of pattern in this group. They might fit a secondary customer category, but this 80% is they come when they come, they don't come. So you really can't do a lot with your projections as to whether or not they will come, and you don't even know if they're going to come back. Understand this. Be careful with this group also if you're using word of mouth, because if you have them pay a discounted price and somebody else pays more, now you have an integrity issue, because folks are going to be like, well, how come they got to pay less and it sounds like we got the same thing. This is why you don't want to chase this group, because you don't know who knows who. Now, does this mean I'm saying don't offer discounts and things of that nature? No, I'm not saying that. But you have a reasoning behind it as it relates to those people who appreciate and value what you're doing and understand the discount that you're offering. That's what you're looking at. Because you will not want this group to be the word of mouthers, that are the referrers of people, because those people are going to want the same thing, and they're going to be bringing the same people with the same thing who tend to act the same way. And they're driving you crazy, blowing up your phone. You want the other 20%ers who understand the value, understand what goes into it. They don't tend to give you the headache, the heartache, the hassles, and they bring others like themselves or even to a higher level than they are. That's who and what you want. So this analytic 20%ers, they're going to be open to the additional purchase of your product, but guess what? They're never going to pay the asking price. They got a discount from you before. They want a discount again. So they're only going to give it to you when you give them that discount. And even when you do new products, they want the discount. They only come aboard at the discount. And they want a discount. Some of them want more and more and more. Remember, this group is going to always give you headache, heartache, and hassle as you go along the way. And they feel, hey, if I got a discount on this, I should be able to get a discount on that. You can't give me some more discounts? What's happening here? Everything for them is going to be the discount. And they want that deep down hookup discount. The friends and family discount. Now, I'm not saying you may not have a friends and family discount. Several of us do that. We have pet groups that we work with, or organizations. Some people may have a discount for nonprofits and things of that nature, but it's consistent. I still can make projections based upon that, because I know it's of this, when it's this group. And I know what that amount is. And I know how it's going to affect my bottom line. But these folks are going to keep wanting more and more and more out of you. And the more and more and more you give, you're going to be drained more and more, because also sometimes they're having you to take the pleasure out of what you're doing, because you're working hard and you're not getting anything out of it like you want it. Now make your decision. You've seen what's going to happen with the 80-20. Decide your course of action. I accept this group as my customers, and I want this group to be my customers, and let's go ahead full force. I accept this. I am the subject matter expert for this group, and this is my tribe and people. These are my customers. You also, doing that assessment, may change the concept, because you're finding out the people who resonate more with it are a different group of people than you can imagine. And you're like, yes, I'm going to change the concept because I like this group that I'm looking at. You may change your concept also because the people you want to have as your customer segment may not be able to afford all of what you're doing. So you change it. They may not want it to the same level of what you're talking about. So you change it. Then you may just change the whole idea, like, this is something I just don't want to do. I had a young lady great in organizing. She did the plan and everything. She was doing in the presentation, and for a class, she had to do a pitch for it. And at the end, folks loved it. And she said, and I am not doing it. And everybody was floored. She said, because what I found out, as much of the great side of this, I love the temperament of the people who I'm finding out here who look for this. I just don't want to deal with that. But then sometimes we take a step back with that, and then we say, okay, you don't like dealing with the end user. Let's get you a new customer base. The new customer now is going to be interior decorators. You didn't have to deal with the customers. You know, when you get that phone call, they've already gone through all the particulars. They've already heard what they want, what they didn't want. They're going to be the main ones to hear about the changes, not you. So now instead of doing a business where it's organizing for people, where you directly deal with people, you are a member of a team for the interior designer, where you come in and you help to organize things after they've gone through those pieces. And if there's a complaint, they go to the designer. Also, I have people that just totally changed ideas and said, oh my goodness, I found something else I really love, and I didn't even realize people wanted it. So they just do a totally different idea. So when you decide that course of action, when you're looking at this customer development and looking at these 80-20ers, you do accept who they are you want as your customer, those 20%ers. Do you need to change the concept for the 20%ers you want? And maybe you need to look at a whole new idea, which you even started from the whole beginning of. Everything has changed now as you're getting more and more and learning more and more from these people. So choose the 20%ers that you want. Understand, do you want the other 80% though as your customers? Then we need to go back and say, well, okay, what do I need to do to make this valuable to them in a way that's winnable to me, such that I create a win-win position? So your initial idea may have to change because you want those other 80%ers that we were talking about that didn't value, that may not wanted it, the possibility. You now may have to change the idea of what you're doing to still get the outcome. Remember, it's about the problem they're having and the solution they're looking for. So what you are willing to offer may not have been the right solution for that group. That's why it's important to go talk, because if you can have a successful business, have that 80-20, when you get that 20%ers that are right, but you really want that other 80%ers. So you got a successful business, but it didn't win because it's not what you really set out to do. Then what do you need to change to get that other 80% that you're looking for? You may also say, well, part of that other 80% I really wanted. It could have been that was the part, or you wanted the 20% and still part of that other 80%ers. What do you need to do to get that desired group? Is it going to be a sharp change, slight change? What are they desiring? Then at the end of the day, you got to accept what's being shown to you. Accept that this is how they are. And accept that this is where they want to do the things they want to do as it relates to how they want to spend their money. Accept or make the changes that's necessary. That's what you need to decide to do. This is for your determination for your business. Now, once you accept who those customers are, once you understand who you are, that's when we can start looking at the market as it relates to them. That's when we can start looking at our strategy. And you will find that life becomes a whole lot easier when you find this out, because they're going to give you their buzzwords. They're going to give you the things about their pain point. They're going to give you the others that are like them information. That's where you now know where to go to how to get to your customers. This is how you also understand, for example, what social media to use, which social media is just a good to have, and which social media you might as well stay away from because your true customers aren't there. Yes, you can be there, but they're not there. You start understanding what's going to be the way for you to start marketing your business, to start that train going down the track. Remember, a train goes slowly as it first gets started, but once it gets that momentum, it gets faster and faster, and just goes, and then now it's rolling to its destination. That's what you're doing when you're doing that marketing plan and using your marketing strategy. You understand where to go. Do I have an older demographic? Facebook. Do I have that middle demographic? Instagram. Do I have that young demographic? Only want things very quickly. They don't care if they never see it again. TikTok. Who are my folks? I had a gentleman that was in the construction arena, and he said, and he was doing a presentation because he was over this entrepreneurship group, and he was apologizing about his webpage wasn't great. And they had asked me to come in because of the consulting and counseling that I'd done. And I said, you're fine. And I said, you don't need to apologize. And he looked, and others looked. I said, you don't need to apologize that you only have a page. I said, because of the work that you're in. He does cleaning. He cleans up. But he cleans up construction sites. Contractors and construction folks don't go online to find folks to do the work. They go primarily from word of mouth. And that's how he grew a business in 30 years to the way it is. Not because the fact of they found him online. It was always that somebody told them about him or they saw his work. But he had an online presence with a one-page website. That was all he needed. Now, could he have done a 5-page website, fill out this information to contact us? Yes. Could he have gotten customers? Yes. But his 20%ers were those who got it based upon what other people told them. That's why we start the marketing plan after we do all this. And it makes life so much easier. Now you know what to put in. You're also able to answer why you're not doing something. Well, you don't have a web page? No. For my customers, I don't. Consultants, counselors, coaches, a lot of them are online. A lot of the things they do with their customers is online, where customers now can schedule 24/7 using Calendly, using You Can Book Me, Atuity, Schedulicity. There's so many out there. Also, if people want to do a package plan, if people want things where they actually get to pay in parts, all of these are ways that you understand your customers. That's how you start to know how to market, how to get to them, and how to get more like them in the door. So, listen for validation. Listen for new ideas. Listen for opportunities. What are those 20%ers needing? What do they want for their solutions? And are they willing to pay a profitable price for the solutions? For the nonprofits, what are the beneficiary needs that you're doing for them? Do they want the solution you're providing in the way that you're providing it? And are they willing to pay with their time, effort, and energy? You may have a price, but the beneficiaries tend to be a smaller amount of what you're offering. Are they willing to pay such that they give you the outcome that leads to the solution for profitability? Then you look at your donors. Yes, if you had to call it nonprofits, you have 2 customers. Your donors, are you meeting their need by getting the impact that they're looking for, that provides the solution that they want for society or the group that they're looking for in the way that they would like it to be? And they're willing to give you the funds to make those solutions possible, be it to the direct programs that you're offering or to keep you in existence to offer the programs. That's discretionary, non-discretionary, and parts of that. You all have to be willing to listen. Be open, be flexible. Yes, you know what the solutions may encompass, but you got to listen to make sure you're providing the customers, that 20%ers, what they want, need, and being flexible. Had a young man that wanted to help with wealth creation in communities, and he was talking. I said, how are you going to do it? He said, we're going to have a website. They can go on. They can use the app to put it on. And I'm like, you may want to rethink that for the customer base that you're wanting to do. He was like, oh, no, I already know this is going to work. Everybody has phones. People have all these smartphones, things of that nature. So he happened to come to a seminar that I was involved with. And in fact, it was a 4-week series. And there were others in the room, and he told the ideas, and he told who the customers were. Wealth creation for the lower income, and folks were like, and this is going to be on a computer. Do you realize not everyone in that area has a computer? Do you realize that most of them, when they use a computer, go to the library? So you want them to take their personal information to a library. They may only have 30 minutes to utilize it, and you want them to put it on a system using an internet that is not secure. And then he caught on to what I have been saying, the same thing, because those were the things I brought to him. But he heard a room full of people we all just met in this series say the exact same thing to him. Was a great idea he had, but for the customer base and the specific customers he really wanted to get to, we were like, is that the best solution for them? What's another way it could be done? So it still could be an app computer based. Maybe you bring the computers to the community and it's secure, so people understand it's secure. They can go to an area where they can spread their things out, where they also can not worry about somebody else looking at it, and it's not on a system that is open to a public way. Think about your customers. That's why you got to be willing to listen, willing to be open, willing to be flexible, getting the understanding that you need to have. The other 80%ers, if you're wanting them, what are their needs and wants? Then look at what their solutions that they would want for what they need. Now, when they tell you the solutions, are they willing to pay that price for that solution? Then are you willing to accept this price? Now, we're talking about if you want that other 80%ers as your customers. They're going to tell you something different than what you came to be to there for. So you have to say, are you willing to accept that price? And will this price be profitable for you? Will you get positive net funding from it? Be willing to listen and be open, and be flexible in your listening. Because you've got to craft this in a way, if you want to meet their needs. It's not about you. It's about your customers' needs. It is about you being willing to provide that solution at a price point they want. You're willing to accept that and still have profit. Now you can start growing your business. You've got your customers. You understand them. You understand what you're going to offer them, your products. So you're going to give them the goods, the tangible things they can touch, the services. What are the things that complement what you already have, that takes it to the next level, what they want, that they'll be happy in what you have to offer them and what you're giving. That's what you're going to be doing. Now you'll be able to generate revenue that helps you increase your market share of the accepted customer segment, because you can keep adding on, getting more of them. It is the revenue that is generated from the expansion to customers that might be similar to them, because you go looking at the psychographic. You might start with women, but there may be men. You might start with women that were of a certain age, but now you expand it to women of a different demographic of the age, or in a different community. Now your revenue that is generated will come from several products, goods, and services. That's the scalability of your business. It's not just about growing that one product. It's about what are the ancillary, complementary, the things that go along well with it. That's what you add on to it. That's what you look at. Hamburger and French fries were always the way. Now people like hamburger and salads. Hamburger and white potato French fries, hamburger, sweet potato French fries. Types of hamburgers you offer, what you put on the hamburgers. It's looking at that customer base and seeing what they want. So there are people who were doing healthy hamburgers, and they were like, well, people come because it's healthier hamburgers and we have the sweet potato fries. Oh my God, people like the fact we can add an avocado to it. Oh my goodness, oh my God, we can add hummus to it. We can add mushrooms to it. Look at the different things you add on, the prices that you have with it. Oh, you know what? We can add that gluten-free shake. We can add that low-calorie beverage. Oh, we can add that water that is not just distilled water. Or we offer that spring water. Or we offer that green tea. Look at all the things that can be added onto. Oh, the boxes that we use are recyclable, or they came from recyclable products, because these customers probably they may care about what's going on in the universe. Oh, you know what? We've gone paperless. We save things going out. You only get a receipt if you want it. Oh, you do that? Great, wonderful. We'll email you the receipt if you need the receipt because your company needs the receipt. We still save on paper. Oh, I love you all. You're eco-friendly. You're making sure I'm healthy and the earth is healthy. See all the different things that you've added on to it. You may even add on, some people who do gyms add on the type of beverages and foods that they offer added. Those customers will lead you to what they want. And you provide them the goods and services that they want. So the 80-20 rule, 80% of your revenue from 20% of your customers, they are repeat purchasers. They do more purchasing with you. They are very consistent. They have more consistency. They refer you to people who are very similar to them. They give you a model that's scalable. You can see what to add on, be it products and services, as well as similar type of customers that appreciate what you have to offer. This leads you to profitability, sustainability. You can make better planning of what you're going to do and put better controls in place to maintain your profitability. Those other 80%ers, they want discount prices. They come and they give you purchases or no purchases, and you spend a lot of time with them. They're going to refer you to similar people like them. And this model is not stable because you have the low profitability. Sustainability is going to be low. Your planning is going to be risky. And it's going to have costly controls because you're going up, down, here, there. You're making purchases, trying to keep with them. You may have inventory of things, and you're going in so many different directions. So 80 customers give 20% revenue. May not repeat, more discounts, similar referrals. That's what I want you to remember about the 80-20 rule. That brings me to the end of my presentation. I hope this is very valuable to you, and that you have learned a lot from it today. So, are there any questions or anything else?
Yeah, there is one question. There's one question.
Okay.
And you know what that question is? That question is, how do you get away from those clients who continuously call on you who are not your client?
Well, remember, you control those clients becoming your clients. So I've had where people keep calling because some people want you and they hope that by they're constantly calling you that you'll make them into your clients. You have to stand firm. So you have to say, well, I'd be glad to help you. You still stay professional with them, but you said, well, what is it you're needing? Well, this is the price point. Would you like to do that? No. Well, what else can I possibly do for you? And then you keep it short. Remember, your time is money. So they may keep calling you. You just be professional and you stay consistent in what you say. Too often people want to get rid of them. So they'll give them something to get rid of them. No, because then guess what? You've created a pattern. The old folks say, like in dating, don't give what you can't keep doing. So let them keep calling. And then that might be the time where you work towards virtual assistants. That may be an expense that you will look at doing.
Well, it's 8 o'clock and you did an outstanding job, and I'll see you on the other side.
Have a great one, everyone.
And of course, we're going to move on and trying to stay on point and stay in line. And I'm going to bring up another gentleman by the name of Dr. Matthews. Hey, Doc, how's it going?
I'm great, Dr. Kelly. How you doing, my man?
Pretty good, pretty good. Hey, man, now, first of all, I want to tell you, I really appreciate you sending us that second photo so that we can make sure that we put you on the front cover of Black Business Expo magazine. That's what we do. We really appreciate you on that. And I'm not going to hold you, but I'll see you on the other side. And when I say I'm going to see you on the other side, that'll be tomorrow morning, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to come back again with the third day. Now, remember, our first day was business and business plus business. The second day, which is today, was advertising, marketing, branding, strategy. Tomorrow will be social media. And then Thursday will be diversity and inclusion. Friday will be Generation X against Generation Z. Saturday will be, for those who do not know, Saturday will be business and the culture. And then Sunday will be business in the church. And oh boy, I can't wait to see Sunday. For the first time, I really want to see Sunday because Sunday will be the last day. And we'll be doing this again in June. So some speakers will come back and some speakers won't, because we got to keep bringing you the heat, And tonight, we're going to bring you the heat with Dr. Brett Matthews. Dr. Matthews, thank you for coming, and we look forward to what you do. Have a great time, and I'll see you the next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, man. Look, everybody, I'm honored. I'm appreciative for the opportunity to be here to speak to you all today. I'm really, really excited because I want to get some points across to you. Now, I have been in business for quite some time. Now, I'm not telling you how long, but I've been in business for quite some time. And one of the things that I have specialized in over the years is productivity. I have taught, I have trained on productivity and how businesses can be more productive. And my background is actually from the media. I used to work in the media, and I worked at a network level, worked at CBS Sports for a while. I worked for affiliate stations as well around the country to help them to actually put on great productions. I've done radio and so forth. I've done podcasting, written articles for magazines and newspapers and so forth. I've done media. And one thing that I realized is that my clients, in order to be more productive, have to capitalize on media that is out there today. It's a different world in media. It's a completely different world. And the one thing I did is I told my clients, you got to get it done. You got to get out there and start doing media for your business. And what I realized, I want you all to pay attention to this. Write this down. People don't want to get it done, despite what they tell you. They don't want to get it done. People want to have it done. That's right. Remember what I said there. People don't want to get it done. People want to have it done. It's just a human nature quality. So understand that. So I'm going to share something with you here, and it may shock you a little bit. I'm known to step on a few toes, so I'm going to do that here right now. So I want to share this with you real quick, and that is this. Hopefully I can share this with you. Let me see. Let me get this right here. Hopefully it's not letting me share the screen right. Maybe it's not coming up. Maybe that's it. It's not letting me share the screen, guys, so I will have to apologize for that. Let me see. I don't know why it's not doing it. You know why? Because it's not up. There we go. Okay, now let's see if it'll let me do it. Let's see if it'll let me share this screen here. Hopefully you guys can see this. Hopefully you can. I want to make sure you guys can see it. And if you can see it, please put it in the chat that you can see my screen. I really want to know if you can or not. Hopefully you guys can see my screen there. Please put in the chat if you can see it. I want to know. Not yet. Okay, thank you very much. And now it's not letting me go back there to share the screen. So that's okay. I don't need the screen to do that, because I can still talk to you and go over everything I need to talk to, because that's what a professional does. So the one thing I want to let you guys know is that nobody cares what you think. Now, I know I might have hurt somebody's feelings just now when I said that. Nobody cares what you think, because here's what happens. Nobody cares what you think until you become a media boss. A media boss. Now, you're probably saying, well, what is a media boss? Well, I'm glad you asked that, because I want to go over that in a little bit, but I want to make sure you all understand that. So get out your mind about thinking, oh, I need to tell them this. I need to orate this to the people. I need to write this. Nobody cares what you think until you become a media boss. See, too many entrepreneurs out there, and I see it all the time. Once again, I may be stepping on some toes, but so many people, they want the trappings of fame. What do I mean by that? They want the glory. They want the honor. They want the praise. They want you to tell them how good they are. They want you to put them on their platform so that they can see how good they look and everything. And everybody can type in, oh, you look so great. And everybody can clap for them when they're in public. They want the trappings of fame. And you've heard someone being called Facebook famous before? Yeah, there are plenty of people out there like that. So you don't want to be that. You don't want the trappings of fame. The problem with today's business person is that they think that's what it boils down to. being seen. You can be behind the scenes and make such a big impact. But so much of our culture today is on how you're seen, what your image is like. I'm telling you, a media boss doesn't have to worry about that. Because like I said before, nobody cares what you think. Nobody. They don't care what you think. They don't care who you are until you become a media boss. Now you're saying, Barry, you keep using this term media boss. What do you mean by that? Well, I want to take y'all back. Some of y'all who are old enough to remember a guy named MC Hammer. You remember Hammer? Hammer was all over the place. He was on TV. He was in movies. He was on football sidelines, on basketball courts, playing basketball in all-star games. He was everywhere. His music was topping the charts. Everybody loved him all over the world. But Hammer was a media personality. He got out there in front of everybody. He was not a media boss. Why do you say that, Barrett? Well, I say that because Hammer, his fortunes went away in an instant, just like that. Why? Because he did not know how to be a boss, and he spent his money frivolously, and it went all over the place, but he had nothing to secure it like a boss would. Now, don't get me wrong, he's still famous. Some people still would like to interview him sometimes, but they would love to see Hammer, but what they're getting now is Stanley Burrell. Now, don't get me wrong, nothing wrong with Stanley Burrell. I'm sure he's a great guy, but Hammer, Hammer was the guy everybody wanted to see, but Hammer is no more. Now, y'all may know a woman by the name of Oprah Winfrey. I think you might have heard of her, Oprah Winfrey. Oprah Winfrey started out using her talent of interviewing people. She was very good at interviewing people, and don't take that for granted because that is an art form. She was very good at interviewing people. She became a media figure, so much so that they gave her her own show that was hugely successful. That I know many of you remember the show. Y'all not that young. Many of you remember the Oprah Winfrey Show. It was hugely successful. She was a fantastic media figure. But Oprah was smart enough. Listen to me now. Oprah was smart enough to realize that being a media figure was not where it was. It was being a media boss that made her Oprah. What do I mean by that? Well, Oprah, as I said, being the media boss, has the own network. The media boss has Harpo Studios. The media boss has O Magazine. You see what I'm talking about? She is controlling the narrative because she has the studio. So here's the thing. If she wants to put a new TV show out, guess what she can do? She can go to her own studio to put a TV show out. If she wants to produce a movie, she can go to Harpo Studios and make that happen. If she wants to have a fantastic article in a magazine that goes all over the world, she can use that by going through O Magazine. She has become a media boss, and it's a whole different conversation going from a media personality or media presence or a media person to a media boss. So what does it mean to be a media boss? Well, once again, I'm glad you asked that. So the one thing you want to be able to do is control what is written. A big part of the media is what is written, that content, that written content. So how do you do that? Well, social media is a fantastic way to do that. Do you have a Facebook account, an Instagram account, a Twitter account, a LinkedIn account? Do you have a blog? Do you have YouTube? You can write things out there and put them out there so that people can grab that content. You can actually go and write an ebook. You can put an ebook out today. Someone can pick up their tablet and start reading your book right now. You can write a hard copy book. You can control the content. I'm telling y'all, it's a different world than what it used to be. When I came up in the media, it was completely different than it was now. We didn't have the technology that can put things out there. Now, let me tell you something. Have I done this? I've done all this stuff. I've written on all these levels. I've written 3 books. My first book, Why Didn't You Get It Done? You can get it on Amazon if you want. My second book, 50 Shades of Wealth, also on Amazon, featuring Dr. George Fraser and Willie Jolly in that book. My third book is A Call to Action, which is being read all over the world, over in schools in Kenya. The point is, you can do the same thing. You can do the same thing. You have to control what is written and what is written about you. You have to control what is seen. Yes, that's a big part of being a media boss. Do you have a YouTube channel? Are you putting out content? Do you have a Roku channel? Are you putting out your own TV show? Are you able to go out there and with a camera and make a documentary or a feature film of your own? You can do all these things if you become the media boss. Stop relying on other people to put you out front. That's what many entrepreneurs are doing right now. We're waiting on other people when technology and the society says different. It says control it yourself. Stop waiting on somebody. You know how many people became stars because they took the bull by the horns and decided to control things themselves? Well, another thing you can do to become a media boss is control what is heard. Now, one of my specialties right now is producing podcasts. And if you want to have a podcast professionally produced for you, we can talk about that. I can definitely talk about that because that's what I do. I produce podcasts for people because I use my expertise in the media to help them to put something out that sounds good, meaning you have the music, you have the intro, you have the commercial break, and your quality sounds good, and you have content going out. You can have a radio show. Some of you out there are DJs right now. You can put your own music out there. Make sure you control it. Make people hear it. There's so many mediums out there that you can use to make people hear it. You control the narrative. Another thing you can do, if you're a singer, if you're a vocalist, if you're a spoken word artist, you have an opportunity to make it so people can hear your talent. You control that. How would you like to be the next person to speak at an inauguration doing poetry? You can do that if you make yourself known. Make people know who you are. I always say, make them hear your voice. You have the power to do that. Another thing you can do is control who is talking about you. Now, how do you do that, Barrett? Yeah, you can control who's talking about you. You can control the brand. Control the brand by putting out stuff out there to make sure that people see that and recognize it and relate it to you. When you see this sign, the Golden Arches, you always thank McDonald's because they have branded. You can control what people think about you. You can control it by sending things to the people who are following you. Continuously sending them emails, sending them notifications of what you're doing. Let them know what's going on so they will talk about you. You control that. Now, another thing, guys, I want to tell you that I think is very important. You can control how you are paid. Hello, holla if you hear me. Control how you are paid, meaning that you have to stop waiting on somebody to offer you an opportunity to buy your product or to put your stuff out there. Make people want to buy it. Make people ask you for your product and service. Make people want to do business with you. If you can provide value, people will come to you. Many of you are out there searching for someone to buy your product or service. You don't have to tell me. I know you're doing it. I was there before. But what I learned is that if I market myself properly and I put myself out there to the people that want to pay me, guess what they're going to do? That's right. They are going to pay me. But I have to make sure I control that narrative. Now, there's a gentleman that you all may not be familiar with. He controls some media too. He's a media boss. His name is Sergey Brin. Now, some of you may have heard of him. Some of you may know who he is. Some of you probably never heard that name before. Sergey Brin, he actually co-founded a little company that many of you heard of before. It's called Google. Yeah, it's called Google. Sergey Brin is a billionaire, multi-billionaire, as you can probably imagine. But what he did is he became a media boss by controlling a medium that a lot of people don't consider, and that's the social media. Of course, you've heard of Mark Zuckerberg. He also is controlling a part of the media. And you've heard of other people in the media, like Kathy Hughes, Bloomberg. Now here's a guy that you may not know, you may know, and that's Byron Allen. Now, as Black people here, we should know Byron Allen, but many people don't. Byron Allen started out as a stand-up comedian. That's right, a stand-up comedian. And he used to be a part of a show called Real People in the late 70s and early 80s. He was a stand-up comedian and writer. Well, he was a media presence. He got on TV, got to do little bits here and there, did comedy shows, but he made a decision that he wanted to be a media boss. Well, he owns several networks now. He's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And he just bought the Weather Channel a couple years ago. Yeah. If you didn't know, now you know. He owns the Weather Channel. So that's being a media boss. That's controlling things. So I want to ask you a question. Isn't it time that you control your story? Stop letting other people say what your story is. Don't go down in history based on what someone else's words are about you. Isn't it time that you control the story? Isn't it time that once upon a time, when it comes to you, is written by you? Or are you going to let the world tell your story? You're going to let the world say what it is and what it is that you do, what's good and what's bad about you. I'm telling you, it's time that you control the narrative. And the best way for you to do that is to become a media boss. That's the best way for you to do that. Become a media boss. Now, before I wrap up here, guys, I want to say one thing to you. I'm going to give you an opportunity to learn how to become a media boss. Yeah, I'm going to do that. What I want you to do, because I want to affect the whole nation in doing this. That's my goal, to affect the whole nation. I want you to text the word nation to this number, 929-244-4323. Text the word nation to 929-244-4323. And I'm going to have a talk with you. I want to show you what you need to do to become a media boss. What we're going to do is we're going to take whatever content you have, and we're going to show you how to turn that into a podcast. We're going to show you how to turn that into a book. We're going to show you how to turn that into a video. 4323 929-244-4323. Because remember, folks, like I said at the beginning here, I can tell you to go ahead and do that and get it done all you want. But I realize this. People don't want to get it done. People want to have it done. So what I've done is I've created a done for you platform to show you how my team can come in and create that narrative for you, and you can sit back and relax. We can take your words and put your words out there to make other people come to you. How do we do that? Text me, 929-244-4323. Put the word nation, 929-244-4323. I am Dr. Barrett Matthews. I want to thank you for joining me. And like I always say before I leave any stage is, don't just settle for being awesome. Set your goal to all them all. And take action, everybody. I'll see you soon.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
Hello, and welcome to the NOR Initiative. I'm Glendola Massenberg Beasley, and in this time of COVID, the North Star Initiative serves as an accelerator to promote, support, and secure funding for small, rural, and urban businesses. Our team is here to assist you with overcoming cash flow obstacles. Let's listen to Dr. Dennis Rogers as he interviews 3 local business owners as they share their experiences during these uncertain times.
My name is Dr. Dennis Rogers, and I'm being joined today by Dr. Tanya Armstrong. Welcome, Dr. Armstrong. Tell us a little bit about your business, Dr. Armstrong.
Absolutely. I am the owner of the Armstrong Center for Hope. It is an interdisciplinary practice of psychology where we specialize in psychological and spiritual wellness for all ages. We have a main office in Durham that has been functional for 10 years this month, actually. And we also opened a second office in Raleigh in the fall of 2019. And so we've been providing individual, family, couple, and group psychotherapies, as well as psychological testing, consultations, and trainings to the public.
Who are your clients, Maxwell? Who do you do business with, and how does that interaction take place?
The majority of my business now, because it has changed, is farmers, commercial landscapers, landowners, people that are looking to maintain their equipment, to maintain their land.
Yes.
And then we still have a good number of residential customers with the lawnmowers and things like that to take care of their property. But mainly we're doing larger equipment now. The biggest thing to help someone in any trade or any craft is to treat the one person the same as you would the next one coming through the door.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they figure out that you're fair and that you're going to charge them fairly, you're going to charge Joe over here the same as John,
mm-hmm.
they'll come to you.
Right.
But if they think you give him a break, he's going to go out there and tell everybody else, hey, he cut me a break, that kind of thing, then all of a sudden you've just opened up a can of worms, mm-hmm. and you got to cut everybody a break.
We are a live entertainment company, and that's something that we pride ourselves on, and the experience, that face-to-face experience where you can actually feel the electricity and the spirit of the music bouncing off of the people in the audience. That's what's really important to us. So while we are looking at ways to incorporate streaming, what we really want to do is be patient and wait for the opportunity for us to gather, because healing is music is healing, mm-hmm. and it's unifying. And so I think it'll be important for us when it's safer to gather and to really heal as a community and as a nation with some live music. And one thing that we love to do is contract and subcontract, like I said, with small businesses who have just as much on the line as we do as a small business. So looking back at the festival and at our concerts, we make sure that we contract with transportation companies, with catering businesses, with marketing agencies that are small businesses and that are minority owned businesses, so that everyone is getting a piece of this pie. Everyone is going for their own success. And in the end, because we all have a shared outcome, everyone's working hard to make it come to fruition.
Excellent.
Great job, Dr. Rogers. So business owners, if you're seeking a grant or business funding, our North Star Initiative offers a no-cost assessment for funding opportunities. Contact us via our website at www.gmbeasley.com. Your business could be featured with our next North Star promotion.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919 380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.